Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here live to bring you some breaking news updates on a couple of stories going on right now. First, Israel had, as many of you have probably heard, Israel has recovered the bodies of six hostages. Six hostages overnight were found in a tunnel in Rafah, Gaza. And Israel says the hostages were murdered by Hamas shortly before Israel found them. So that is one story that's going on, which we're going to talk about a bunch. And another thing that's going on is there has reportedly been a shooting attack in the West Bank. And Times of Israel is reporting that there are 2 dead in that shooting attack in the West Bank. So we want to update you on that as well. So we'll be updating you on both of those stories and other breaking news from the Middle East. Okay? I appreciate our moderators being here right now. We have Cynthia Moon is moderating right now, and we also have Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thanks very much. Also over there on Twitch, we have moderating right now LB Prairiedon and Idaho Star. Thank you so much for moderating over there. And I want to thank our Facebook moderators too. And then we will get into the updates. Margaret Riley is here. And thanks, Margaret. And Ronald Egnor is here. Thanks for moderating to you guys on Facebook. Okay, so before we get into the stuff about the hostages' bodies being found, I just want to show you this. So this just came out a few minutes ago. So Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says 2 of the victims of the shooting attack near the Tarkumaya checkpoint in the southern West Bank have died. So he's with Times of Israel. He says the IDF says it's received reports of a shooting near the West Bank city of Tarkumaya. At least 3 people are wounded. And the Magen David Adom ambulance service said it was treating 3 victims at the scene. The IDF says it has launched a pursuit of a cell of Palestinian terrorists who opened fire at a police car near the southern West Bank city of Tarkumaya. 3 people were wounded at the attack, and now 2 of them are dead. I'm not sure if those 2 who got killed are Israeli police officers or not, or they could be Palestinian police officers in theory. So we'll try to get you some more updates on that. That's a breaking story right now. Just more details coming out on that. Let me just pull something up here real quick. Give me one moment here. Yeah, just give me 1 second here. Okay, so I'm going to keep an eye on that situation in the West Bank with a shooting attack on a police car, apparently. But I don't know who those victims are. And just to show you on a map, that shooting attack in the West Bank, I want to show you where that was real quick. Let me pull up a map here and I'll show, and then we'll talk about the hostages' bodies being found. But I want to show you on a map where that shooting attack was. So that's in the West Bank, and it's in the I was muted. All right, we're back. Now we're back. Okay, sorry. Everything kind of stopped for a second. Everything stopped for a second. Okay, we're good to go. Now we're good to go. Please refresh the stream. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Okay. All right, so I want to show you where that a shooting attack was that's being reported in the West Bank. There is a shooting attack that happened in the West Bank at Tarkumaya. That is a Palestinian city. You can see on the map where it is. Tarkumaya, 12 kilometers northwest of Hebron. So I will give you updates on that. Oh, did Facebook stop going or did Facebook Live again? I think Facebook might have restarted, probably. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, 2 people reported killed in that shooting attack. Looks like, my guess is it's a terror attack in the West Bank. All right. Oh, this was interesting. By the way, Barak Ravid posted, he is an Israeli reporter. Barak Ravid posted about 40 minutes ago. Barak Ravid said Netanyahu has known about the location of the kidnapped bodies for almost a day. It has been over an hour since their deaths were made public, and Netanyahu still hasn't issued a statement. We're going to talk about that in a second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any breaking developments here. Okay, let's talk about the bodies of the hostages, and we'll get back to the other breaking developments. Israel recovers the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza, including Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland. And that is a picture of Hirsch Goldberg Poland on the screen right there from the Democratic Convention. Again, the Israeli military says the 6 hostages were found in a tunnel in Rafah, and they were killed by Hamas shortly before they were found. And 5 of the 6, I believe, had been taken hostage from that dance festival thing, where a lot of people were killed and taken hostage. All right, let me just read you a little of this from Associated Press. Israel on Sunday said it had recovered the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza, including a young Israeli-American man, this person right here, who became one of the most well-known captives held by Hamas as his parents met with world leaders and pressed for his release, including at the Democratic Convention last month. The military said all 6 had been killed shortly before they were to be rescued by Israeli forces. So they survived about 11 months, almost 11 months since being taken hostage and they were killed shortly before they were going to be rescued by Israeli forces. The recovery of the hostages' bodies sparked calls for mass protests against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who many families of hostages and much of the wider Israeli public blame for failing to bring them back alive in a deal with Hamas to end the 10-month-old war. Negotiations on such a deal have dragged on for months. I was just talking about this right here. In a separate development, gunmen shot and killed 2 people and wounded a 3rd person when they opened fire on a vehicle in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, where Israel has been carrying out large-scale military raids in recent days. Israel's Magen David Adom rescue service confirmed the casualties. This again here was Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. AP says militants seized Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, and 4 of the other hostages, so 5 of the 6 bodies that were recovered overnight, were hostages who were taken from a music festival in southern Israel on October 7th. Goldberg was a native of Berkeley, California. He lost part of his left arm to a grenade in the October 7th attack. In April, a Hamas-issued video showed him his left hand missing and clearly speaking under duress, sparking new protests in Israel, urging the government to do more to secure his and others' freedom. The army identified the other hostages whose bodies were recovered, as Ori Danino, 25, Eden Yerushalmi, 24, Almog Sarusi, 27, and Alexander Lobanov, 33. They, along with Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, were all taken from that Southern Israel music festival. The 6th hostage body that was found was of Carmel Gat, 40, who was abducted from the nearby farming community of Be'eri. Israel said the bodies were recovered from a tunnel in the southern Gaza city of Rafah, around 0.6 miles from where another hostage, Qaid Farhan al-Qadi, 52, was rescued alive last week. The Israel military spokesman Daniel Hagari said, according to preliminary information, the 6 hostages whose bodies were found were cruelly murdered by Hamas terrorists shortly before we reached them, he told reporters. That's what the Israeli military is saying. AP had said earlier in the article that Prime Minister Netanyahu has faced some criticism in Israel for not making a deal with Hamas to bring hostages home. And look, this is a case, whatever you think of Netanyahu, this is a case where these hostages, according to Israel, were alive until very recently. So presumably, if there had been a deal made already, they would be home. I'm not saying whether you should support a deal or not. I'm just telling you these 6 hostages, according to Israel, were killed very recently. Netanyahu has taken a tough line in negotiations and repeatedly said that military pressure is needed to bring home the hostages. According to Israeli media, he has feuded with top security officials who have said a deal should be reached urgently. A forum of hostage families called for a massive protest on Sunday, demanding a complete halt of the country to push for the implementation of a ceasefire and hostage release. That group of hostage families said in a statement, a deal for the return of the hostages has been on the table for over 2 months. Were it not for the delays, sabotage, and excuses, those whose deaths we learned about this morning would likely still be alive. It's time to bring our hostages home, it said in a statement. I think there's a White House statement about this too. Let me see if I can get you the actual White House statement. Hang on a second here. Yes. Are there 2 statements? Statement by President Biden. There's one by Vice President Harris too. President Biden. Earlier today, in a tunnel under the city of Rafah, says President Biden. Israeli forces recovered 6 bodies of hostages held by Hamas. We have now confirmed that one of the hostages killed by these vicious Hamas terrorists was an American citizen, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. I am devastated and outraged, says President Biden. Hirsch was among the innocents brutally attacked while attending a music festival for peace in Israel on October 7th. He lost his arm helping friends and strangers during Hamas's savage massacre. He had just turned 23. He planned to travel the world. I have gotten to know his parents, John and Rachel. They have been courageous, wise, and steadfast, even as they have endured the unimaginable. They have been relentless and irrepressible champions of their son and of all the hostages held in unconscionable conditions. I admire them and grieve with them more deeply than words can express. I know all Americans tonight will have them in their prayers, just as Jill and I will. I have worked tirelessly to bring their beloved Hirsch safely to them, and am heartbroken by the news of his death. It is as tragic as it is reprehensible. Make no mistake, Hamas leaders will pay for these crimes, and we will keep working around the clock for a deal to secure the release of the remaining hostages. That is what President Biden said. Let me just go back to this Associated Press article, and we'll take some comments in a second here. Again, we're talking about Israel recovered overnight 6 bodies of hostages from a tunnel in Rafah, Gaza, and Israel says all of these hostages were recently killed shortly before they were to be rescued by their Hamas captors. Let's see here. And one of the hostages was a particularly well-known hostage, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, an Israeli American. Goldberg. And also the Goldberg Poland family issued a statement early Sunday saying, with broken hearts, the Goldberg Poland family is devastated to announce the death of their beloved son and brother Hirsch. This family thanks you for all your love and support and asks for privacy at this time. Goldberg Poland's parents, U.S.-born immigrants to Israel, became perhaps the most high-profile relatives of hostages on the international stage. They met with President Biden, Pope Francis, and others, and they addressed the United Nations, urging the release of all hostages. On August 21st, his parents addressed the Democratic National Convention. Okay? And in terms of how many hostages are left, I saw a report from Manny Fabian about this, who is with Times of Israel, and he had some updated numbers. So let me show you what Manny had to say. Manny says, following the recovery of 6 murdered Israeli hostages from Rafah overnight, 97 of the 251 hostages abducted by Hamas on October 7th remain in Gaza, including the bodies of at least 33 confirmed dead by the IDF. Hamas released 105 civilians during a week-long truce in late November. Man, that was a long time ago. And 4 hostages were released before that. 8 hostages have been rescued by troops alive, and the bodies of 37 hostages have also been recovered, including 3 mistakenly killed by the military as they tried to escape their captors. Hamas is also holding 2 Israeli civilians who entered the Strip in 2014 and 2015, as well as the bodies of 2 IDF soldiers who were killed in 2014. So since last October, Israel has only gotten 8 hostages rescued alive. Not that that's an easy thing to do. I'm sure it's incredibly difficult to do. 8 rescued alive. 105 were released back in last November. Seems like such a long time ago. Okay. All right, let me take some comments from you guys and bring you some more updates here on the situation. But 6, I mean, obviously this is it's very, very big news. It'll be especially huge news in Israel. It's bad enough when for Israel when they find the body of a hostage, but these The news is that these 6 people were alive until very recently, and they only got killed a short while ago. And that's from Israel. Israel is saying that. Wow, look at this comment from Benny Gantz, guys. Look at this comment from Benny Gantz. Benny Gantz is a former member of the war. He's a prominent Israeli politician and I think former Minister of Defense. And he was in the Minister of he was the Minister of Defense. He was also a member of the war cabinet. I believe he resigned from the war cabinet. Benny Gantz just released a statement critical of Netanyahu. Let me show you this. Benny Gantz writes, the murder of our abductors brings to us another difficult and painful morning. And together with all of the people of Israel, I wish to hug the families who received the most difficult news of all and strengthen the IDF and security forces in their continued work. In front of us are abominable murderers, at the head of which is Sinwar, and one of them death. They are the ones who caused the death of our abductors. But unfortunately, unlike our fighters who risked their lives in combat and rescue efforts, there are those who did not do everything to prevent this death. Prime Minister Netanyahu hesitates, is afraid, and plays for time due to political considerations instead of acting, a game that costs human life. The Prime Minister should protect the abductees and the citizens of Israel and not his coalition controlled by extremists. The abductees die, the children of the North are exiled, and Israeli society is falling apart. This morning, our students go to school and the public has to go out into the street. The time has come to replace the government of absolute failure, go out and demonstrate. Now, what he's referring to is Benjamin Netanyahu. The reason he gets to be prime minister is he has the support of a majority of members of the Israeli parliament. But some of those people in parliament who support Netanyahu are right-wing members of parliament from right-wing parties. And I've seen a number of articles and analysis that say this, that Netanyahu feels he can't make a deal. There's a bunch of, it's the opinion, I've read this in a number of articles and read a number of experts say this opinion that Netanyahu feels he can't make a deal. Because if he makes a deal for a ceasefire, and Hamas is not completely destroyed, then he'll lose the support of the political right wing in Israel, and then then his government will collapse. He won't have enough support to be prime minister. So that seems to be what Benny Gantz is getting at when he says that Prime Minister Netanyahu hesitates, is afraid, and plays for time due to political considerations instead of acting. The Prime Minister should protect the abductees, the hostages, and the citizens of Israel, and not his coalition controlled by extremists. I believe that's what he's getting at there. Okay? So, very critical from Benny Gantz, who's a very prominent Israeli politician and was a member of the war cabinet. Hang on one moment here. Oh, Joe Truzman says, Joe Truzman reports that in the West Bank shooting attack, now 3 people are dead, and they were members of the security forces. Let me see if I can get the IDF statement about this. That's what Joe just posted. Hang on. I'm going to take some comments in a second. I'm just trying to get you the latest news. There was a... oh, hold on. There's stuff going on. There might be some stuff going on in Janine as well. Let me show you. Let me put up a picture from Janine. Hang on, guys. That's Janine right now. You hearing anything from there? That's in the West Bank. So give me a moment here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Let me just get up on the screen something so you know what we're looking at. Hold on. First of all, that should not be... Give me a second. Let me get a clock up on the screen. Okay. So that's the West Bank. That's Janine, where there was lots of clashes yesterday. We were actually covering it between Israeli forces and Palestinians, Palestinian militants. You know what I should do? I should just get my headphones on so I can get some sound from there. So give me one moment here, guys. Sorry, I got to catch up. I'm just trying to bring you all the breaking updates. Hold on, we might pause for 2 seconds. Hang on. I'll turn the volume down. I just want to have the volume on a little bit so we can hear it there. Okay. So, I want to get you an update about the shooting attack in the West Bank. And I know I haven't taken comments yet. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get you all the latest updates. I don't even know where they posted that. Let's see. Yes, so, okay, so GLZ Radio, Doron Kadosh of GLZ Radio, which is Israeli military radio, reports that there are now 3 killed in this West Bank shooting attack, and the hunt for the terrorists is still ongoing, reports GLZ Radio's Doron Kadosh. So I will be keeping you up to date on that story as well, because that is a breaking news story. And Anna Arenheim says, who is a reporter with Jerusalem Post, says that two of the people dead in that West Bank shooting attack, two of them were Israelis in their early 30s, and the third is a man in his 50s, and I believe he has died now too. So we have both of these things going on. All right. Let me get you some updates. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. I want to say a quick thank you to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being with us. Cynthia Moon is moderating. Thank you, Cynthia. Linda Belk and Larry are moderate for us on X. Also, thank you to our Twitch moderators, A Moment of Lovely, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Sarah and Tariag. And thank you to Kay Lowry Body for moderating, and Margaret Riley and Ronald Egnor on Facebook. A quick thank you also for your support. DeShark, thank you. Otis Fats, Amanda Mosher, thank you. Bill Evans for supporting the channel, and Ada60. And Ricky Graybill, and Speedrun Spartan, Candy Larson, Remy Storm, and Posiwi. I have the volume low on this because I don't want it to really interfere. But we'll see if we hear anything going on in Janine. There's clearly an Israeli military presence there, as you can see. So, just to repeat, two stories we're following right now. One, Israel announces that it recovered the bodies of 6 hostages who were all alive until recently, and they were killed a short while ago before they could be rescued, and they were in a tunnel in Gaza, in Rafah. According to Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel, there are 97 hostages still in Israel, at least 33 of whom are dead. Sorry. There are 97 hostages still in Gaza, at least 33 of whom are dead, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. And then the other story we're covering is there has been a shooting attack in the West Bank at, near the Tarkumaya checkpoint, about northwest of Hebron. And 3 people are killed in that apparent terror attack in the West Bank. That is happening as well. So we're bringing you live coverage here. And okay. Yes, the hostages have been identified. We'll talk about that again. But 5 of the 6 hostages were kidnapped from the music festival in southern Israel on October 7th. Tang Wang says, I wish we could get more of a detailed report. Hirsch was severely injured before being abducted by Hamas. So, yeah, I don't know how much Israel knows about, the conditions those hostages had been living in. I'm not sure about that. I don't believe we've gotten details on that, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard any reports about that. It's possible they know more, and they just haven't released it publicly. Laura Hunter says, could someone tell me if the mother with the 2 little red-haired boys is still alive? Isn't that the Bebas? The Bebas family? Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a Wikipedia page about the Bebas family right now, which is the 9-year-old and 4-year-old children and a 32-year-old mother and a 34-year-old husband. And I feel like there hasn't been an update on them, although I'm not sure. I mean, as of January, I'm looking at an article from the Times of Israel, and as of January, oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was wrong about the ages. Sorry. The ages are, hang on. There was a 9-month-old, there was a 4-year-old and a 9-month-old children. Maybe I said, I think I might have said that, exactly that. I'm not sure. I can't remember what I said. But a 9-month-old and a 4-year-old. And yeah, they were not returned back late last year. So I believe that they haven't, I believe that they haven't been returned, but have not been confirmed anything about them. Whether they're, I don't believe they've been confirmed murdered or anything or killed. So that's my understanding. But let me know if you know anything different. Elaine M. Hodges says, how does Israel know 33 of the hostages are not alive? That I don't know. But, I don't know how they get their information. Again, just to go back here, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, following the recovery of 6 murdered Israeli hostages from Rafah overnight, 97 of the 251 hostages abducted by Hamas on October 7th remain in Gaza, including the bodies of at least 33 confirmed dead by the IDF. Now, Ted Kurtz says, so Hamas will now kill the hostages if they're close to being rescued. So there's a good question that Ted raises, which is, if it's true, as Israel says, that these 6 hostages were alive until very recently and were killed shortly before the Israeli military could get to them, why would Hamas kill them? So, I mean, clearly these hostages have a political value for Hamas, and they could have killed them long ago if they wanted to. So you would think they would prefer to just keep them alive. Is there some reason that they didn't feel they could move the hostages? That I don't know. So it's a good question as to why they were killed. And I don't believe that's been commented on by the Israeli government. But, again, you would think they had been kept alive so far. Hamas, these hostages are politically valuable to Hamas. So why did they kill them now? Was it a situation where they felt that they couldn't move them any further or something like that because they'd be detected? I don't know. Was it some sort of accident? Some sort of rogue Hamas member? I can't tell you. It's incredibly sad, and certainly, condolences to the families of the 6 hostages who have been waiting since last October for them to come home, and it just must be devastating to hear that not only have they been found, but they were alive until very recently. All right, let me try to get you some more updates here. Hang on a moment. I'm just, if you give me a moment, I'm just checking various sources for some more updates. I want to make sure we're not missing anything here. Itay Blumenthal, who is a reporter in Israel with Khan News, says in that terror attack in the West Bank where 3 people were killed, many IDF forces are scanning the area. Estimates are that the terrorists fled to the village of Edna. So this terror attack that we've been following was in the near the checkpoint at Tarkumia, which is not far from, a few miles from Hebron, and that is in the western part of the West Bank, southwestern part of the West Bank. That is where that attack happened. Oops, sorry. I might have some more details about that attack. So according to Ynet, which is an Israeli news outlet, Ynet says that 2 men and a woman were killed when there was shooting at a vehicle near the Tarkumia checkpoint north of Hebron. A passing vehicle apparently fired at the vehicle, and the terrorists apparently abandoned that vehicle and fled. That's a view of Janine you're looking at, by the way. Oh, and Ynet says it was 3 Israelis who were killed in this terror attack in the West Bank, a woman and 2 men. A passing vehicle shot at their car. Although I don't know if they were in a car or a bus or what. That I don't know. All right, so I'll keep you updated on that. let me give you an update on the hostage story. This is from Reuters. Israel recovers the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza, including Goldberg, Poland. There is Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. And he became one of the most well-known hostages. His parents spoke at the Democratic National Convention. Starlight, our viewer, says, can you imagine being a hostage for months and only to be killed right before they come to save you? Yeah, it's just terrible. Reuters says Israel recovered the bodies of 6 hostages from a tunnel in southern Gaza where they were apparently killed not long before Israeli troops reached them, the military said on Sunday. According to our initial estimation, they were brutally murdered by Hamas terrorists a short time before we reached them, said military spokesperson Daniel Hagari. Days earlier, Qaid Farhan al-Qadi, a member of the Bedouin community in southern Israel, was rescued about a kilometer away, the military said. The Israeli military said the bodies of Carmel Gat, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Eden Yerushalmi, Alexander Lobanov, Almog Sarusi, and Ori Danino had been brought to Israel. 5 of the 6 of them were taken from a music festival in southern Israel on October 7th. The other one was taken from the Be'eri area on October 7th. President Biden said he was devastated and outraged. We read you President Biden's statement earlier. After the hostage who was rescued days ago, after al-Qadi was located, Israeli troops were told to be more cautious because of the likelihood that there might be other hostages in the area. But there had been no precise information on the location of the hostages, said the spokesperson for the military. Hamas and its armed wing did not immediately comment on the accusations. If Hamas releases a statement while we're on the air and I see it, I will let you know. Also, we covered some of this. On Saturday, clashes broke out between Israeli troops and Palestinian fighters in the occupied West Bank as Israel pushed ahead with a military operation in the flashpoint city of Janine, which actually we've been looking at. There's Janine right there. We were covering some of the fighting there yesterday. We were hearing a lot of gunfire on our stream yesterday. I'm not hearing anything right now. Oh, Vice President Harris released a statement too on this. Let me show you what she had to say. Here is a statement from Vice President Harris on Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, an Israeli-American citizen who was one of the 6 people found dead. On October 7th, says Vice President Harris, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, an American citizen, was taken hostage by Hamas terrorists. He was just 23 years old, attending a music festival with friends. We now know he was murdered by Hamas. His body was recovered today in the tunnels under Rafah, along with 5 other hostages. Doug and my prayers are with John Poland and Rachel Goldberg Poland, Hirsch's parents, and with everyone who knew and loved Hirsch. When I met with John and Rachel earlier this year, I told them, you are not alone. That remains true as they mourn this terrible loss. Americans and people around the world will pray for John, Rachel, and their family and send them love and strength. As is said in the Jewish tradition, may Hirsch's memory be a blessing. Hamas is an evil terrorist organization, says Kamala Harris. With these murders, Hamas has even more American blood on its hands. I strongly condemn Hamas's continued brutality, and so must the entire world. From its massacre of 1,200 people to sexual violence, taking of hostages, and these murders, Hamas's depravity is evident and horrifying, she says. The threat Hamas poses to the people of Israel and American citizens in Israel must be eliminated, and Hamas cannot control Gaza. The Palestinian people have suffered under Hamas's rule for nearly 2 decades. As Vice President, I have no higher priority than the safety of American citizens wherever they are in the world. President Biden and I will never waver in our commitment to free the Americans and all those held hostage in Gaza. Has Trump released a statement? I'll have to check. I have not seen one, but I don't know. There's nothing on his True Social right now. A quick thank you to Brutality for your support and Zanti Misfit. Thank you for your support of the channel. So we're keeping an eye on the situation in Janine for the moment. So, yeah, one of our viewers in the chat talked about, this is a large number of the hostages who would still be alive. 6 It muted me too. I apologize for this. I greatly apologize. It's really annoying. Hang on. So, yeah. So let me explain what's going on. So I do this stream technically the same way every time. I've been doing it for years. It's the same way. I haven't changed a thing. There's nothing different about how I'm doing it right now than how I did it this morning, or how I did it yesterday, or how I did it 2 days ago, or how I did it 3 days ago. For some reason tonight, three times already, everything has just frozen up on me. For no good reason. There's nothing different. I haven't changed a thing. So I don't know what's happening. I'll have to try to figure out after the stream. So I'm really upset about it. Obviously, it's really annoying for you guys. And I didn't change a thing. Literally nothing is different. So it beats me. Nothing is updated that I'm aware of. It just is amazing. So I don't know what's going on. So let me do one thing real quick here. It's very frustrating. I know it's annoying for you guys, but to this degree, this is as bad as it's ever been. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on. It's scary, actually. So let me just do something real quick here. No, it's not a YouTube issue. It's like a software issue. Okay. All right, we're back. Again, I apologize. I honestly have no idea what was going on. None at all. It's really, really frustrating. 3 times in a row. Okay, let's get back. Murph says, how did Hamas know the IDF were on the way to rescue the hostages, and how did the IDF know where they were being held? According to the military spokesperson, they didn't know where they were being held. It sounds like they came upon them. We read a report of what the spokesperson said for Israel, and he said they didn't have precise information. So as I understand it, they didn't know exactly where they were. Did Hamas think they were going to get found soon? I don't know exactly. It's a fair question. It goes back to, if they were still alive, as Israel said, why did Hamas kill them? Why wouldn't Hamas just take them somewhere else? Maybe they thought they couldn't move them for some reason. So a good question. I don't have those details. I wish I could tell you about that. These hostages, again, are valuable to Hamas for political reasons. And it doesn't really make sense that all of a sudden they would want to kill them after keeping them alive. So why that happened, I do not know. You know what happened is I had the audio on. Now that's off, so I got to connect that. Walter Beasley thinks this is not the whole story. Oh, I know what's happening. I have to get this. There we go. We were keeping an eye on Janine. Pisces think that Israel couldn't, that the Hamas couldn't move them. A quick thanks, by the way, to Gringo and Walter Beasley and Leonette and Grant A. and Otis Fats and Zanti Misfit and Nikos Kostianis. Oh, I got pictures of the hostages, guys, that were found. Here are pictures. I'll show you pictures right now. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Those are the pictures from Associated Press of the 6 hostages who were found dead. On the top left is Hirsch Goldberg Poland. He was Israeli-American, American citizen. Here is Ori Danino. This is Eden Yerushalmi. That is Almog Sarusi. That is Alexander Lobanov. And that is Carmel Gat right here. And 5 of the 6 of them were at the music festival. Yes, Carmel Gat, the first 5, they were all taken from a music festival in southern Israel. Hirsch Goldberg Poland was 23. Ori Danino was 25. Eden Yerushalmi was 24. Almog Sarusi was 27. Alexander Lobanov was 33. And Carmel Gott was 40. And Carmel Gott was taken from the nearby farming community of Be'eri, according to Associated Press. And Israel believes they were killed shortly before they were found. Let me just see. This article got updated, so let me just see if there's what's new in it. Israel said it had recovered the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza, including a young Israeli-American man who became one of the most well-known captives held by Hamas, as his parents met with world leaders and pressed for his release, including at the Democratic Convention last month. That was him, Hirsch Goldberg Poland. Again, condolences to the families of the 6 hostages, who I guess were alive until very recently. The military said all 6 had been killed shortly before they were to be rescued by Israeli forces. Their recovery sparked calls for mass protests against Prime Minister Netanyahu, who many families of the hostages and much of the wider Israeli public blame for failing to bring them back alive in a deal with Hamas to end the 10-month-old war. Negotiations for such a deal have dragged on for months. And in a separate development, 3 people were killed when gunmen opened fire on a vehicle in the occupied West Bank. Ynet from Israel reported that a vehicle drove by another vehicle and fired at that vehicle, killing 3 people. And the West Bank is where Israel has been carrying out large-scale military raids in recent days. Associated Press says that Hirsch Goldberg Poland lost part of his left arm to a grenade in the attack. In April, a Hamas-issued video showed him, his left hand missing and clearly speaking under duress, sparking new protests in Israel, urging the government to do more to secure his and others' freedom. The bodies were recovered from a tunnel in Rafah in southern Gaza, around 0.6 miles from where another hostage, Qaid Farhan al-Qadi, was rescued alive last week. AP also says Netanyahu has taken a tough line in negotiations and repeatedly said that military pressure is needed to bring home the hostages. According to Israeli media, he has feuded with top security officials who have said a deal should be reached urgently. Hamas has offered to release the hostages in return for an end to the war, the withdrawal of Israeli forces, and the release of a large number of Palestinian prisoners. A forum of hostage families, says AP, called for a massive protest on Sunday, demanding a complete halt of the country to push for implementation of a ceasefire and hostage release. The group of families, of hostage families, said a deal for the return of the hostages has been on the table for over 2 months, were it not for the delays, sabotage, and excuses from those whose deaths were it not for the delays, sabotage, and excuses, those whose deaths we learned about this morning would likely still be alive. It's time to bring our hostages home, it said in a statement. The parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland became perhaps the most high-profile relatives of hostages on the international stage. They met with President Biden, Pope Francis, and others, and addressed the United Nations, and also spoke at the Democratic National Convention. Again, condolences to the families of these 6 people who were, again, according to Israel, alive until recently. Oh, I can show you some more like close. These are some individual photos of the hostages from AP. That is Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. That is Eden Yerushalmi, Alexander Lobanov. That's Carmel Gott. That is Ori Danino. And that was Almog Sarusi. Oh, and then this is a photo of Hirsch Goldberg, Poland's parents when they spoke at the Democratic Convention on August 21st. That's from AP. And that's a shot of the Democratic Convention when his parents were speaking and his picture was on the screen from August 21st. Now, Jackie says they spoke at the RNC. Did they speak at the RNC? I don't remember. I'm looking it up. Some of our viewers are saying they did speak at the RNC, which we covered. I just don't remember. Well, there were, is it the same parents or different parents? Because I'm reading an article that talks about other parents speaking at the Republican convention. So I don't know if it was the same parents or other parents at the Republican convention. I don't know. I would have to go research more. I can't find an easy answer right now. Guy Elster, who is a reporter in Israel, says that Netanyahu has yet to release a statement. Here is Itay Blumenthal, who is a reporter in Israel with Khan News. He said the bodies were found in an underground tunnel in the Rafah area at a depth of 20 meters, 1 kilometer from the tunnel in which a hostage was found days before. I think maybe that the actual military said that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen a translation of the statement by the Israeli military yet. And let me hang on a moment. In case you were wondering, This is what things look like in Janine right now on that shot. Not Cupcake says the parents of Omer Nutra spoke at the RNC. I know there were other parents who spoke at the RNC. I don't know if the Goldberg Poland parents spoke at the RNC. Thank you, Not Cupcakes. And also thank you to Alex Kuglov, who says, I don't think Hamas has any logic in this. They might have done it out of fear of being captured. It's foolish, but so are their actions. Thank you, Walter Beasley, as well. Walter Beasley says, military pressure, what do they call what they have been doing? Thanks also, Grant A, as well. Let me try to get you some more updates here. Oh, I have an update about this attack in the West Bank. Let me just mention that. That video is live, yes. So the Jerusalem Post reports that we've been telling you about how 3 people were killed in a shooting attack in the West Bank near Tarkumaya. And I had read you a report earlier that so these 3 people, their vehicle was fired upon. Ynet says another vehicle fired on the first vehicle. And so Jerusalem Post talked to a couple of paramedics who said it was a very severe attack on the vehicle. And they said a male and female, both 30 years old, were killed. And then there's a third death who I think is a male around 50 years old, because he was originally reported critical condition. And just not last night, but the night before last night, there were 2 attempted car bombings in the West Bank. Arizona Intel mentioned that Trey Yinks posted a report as well. Thanks, Arizona AZ Intel. Trey Yinks said that 3 of the 6 hostages who were found, according to Trey Yinks, were going to be included in the humanitarian round of exchanges once a ceasefire was implemented, I'm told. Devastating news for the Israeli people who have waited 331 days for them to come home. So what Trey is saying is that in the deal being worked on, 3 of them were supposed to come home in the first part of that deal. I believe that's what Trey is saying. He is with Fox News. The New York Times says that The New York Times says Netanyahu is holding out for a deal in which Israel would be able to retain control of strategic parts of Gaza during the ceasefire and restart the war in the future. His opponents say the delay is endangering the lives of remaining hostages. See if I can get you any more information about that. Hold on a moment here. Oops, hold on a second. Hang on. Hang on. You know what? I want to show you something. We'll talk for a second. In a moment, we're going to talk about the ceasefire negotiations. That's obviously a big thing on people's mind right now because we have these 6 hostages who Israel said were alive until very recently, and then Hamas killed them shortly before Israeli troops found them. So, of course, that would mean that if a ceasefire deal had been reached, you know, a week ago or 2 weeks ago or whatever, they could still be alive. So, understandable why the topic of the ceasefire negotiations is on people's minds. Yeah, I can't say for sure that they would be. A real sportsman says maybe. I can't say for sure, but it seems like there's a decent chance. Let me show you this. By the way, I want to show you a little about the ceasefire negotiations. So you guys know that, a lot of you know that I have deals with Associated Press and Reuters where I pay them to be able to show you their articles. So in the interest of, I'm always looking for new content that I could bring you guys. That I have to pay for, of course, but that can add to our understanding of what's going on when we cover a news story. So I'm trying another provider out for temporarily to see how it goes, to see how it fits with the channel. So I'm going to show you an article from them, and when I say the name of what it is, some of you are going to get angry and yell at me, and I would advise you to just hold off on your anger. Because this is an outlet I think has it is an outlet that in their editorial coverage I think certainly leans left, and in their politics I would say they lean left. But I also think they have a lot of good detailed articles on all kinds of stories, and on a lot of their stories I really don't see a strong political leaning. So you can have an outlet that, you know, maybe in their editorials is really one way or the other. But, you know, like the Wall Street Journal, they have a very right-leaning editorial board. But a lot of their articles I don't find very right-leaning. So this is kind of a different version of that. So I am going. So it's not the Wall Street Journal. I have reached out to them, by the way, but for at least for a few months, we're going to have access to some of the articles from the Washington Post, which I think has a bunch of good articles in it. So I would ask that you, if you have a kind of automatic alarm bell go off in your head, I would ask that you withhold your judgment until you actually see the kind of stuff I'm going to show you. I would not be showing you an editorial from them, which was very, very political. Similarly, it's similar with any content that I would, have. So anyways, I think they have a lot of good articles. Anyways, they have a recent article about the ceasefire negotiations. I'm not going to read the whole thing right now, but I just want to show you some of the stuff in here because it's relevant to what we're talking about. So this article is from like a week ago, and it says, U.S. insists ceasefire deal is close, but diplomats are skeptical. And it talks about the ceasefire negotiations, and I want to call your attention to a couple things here. And look at this. Officials involved in Gaza ceasefire talks disagree on many things, but they are starting to find common ground on at least one position. The United States, a key player in the negotiations, has been overselling how close the warring parties are to reaching an agreement. So frequently you hear American officials talk about how close an agreement is. Okay? Whether to stave off an Iranian attack on Israel, to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu or to end the war, to pressure Prime Minister Netanyahu to end the war, or to boast of progress during the Democratic National Convention, U.S. officials have in recent weeks insisted that the negotiations were making headway, while glossing over intense disagreements between Israel and Hamas, officials familiar with the matter say. Okay? So skipping down a bit here, it says here, hang on, let me skip down a little bit here. So Frank Lowenstein, who is a negotiator on Israeli-Palestinian affairs under the Obama administration, says, Netanyahu has been crystal clear for months that he has no interest in implementing the full three-phase ceasefire agreement that would actually end the war. Despite what they told Secretary Blinken, it is increasingly apparent that he doesn't even really want a temporary ceasefire and hostage release. And then also this whole issue about the Gaza border. Let's just talk about that for a second. The Gaza, so if you look over here, it says, this article is from like a week ago, but it talks about some of these issues involved in the ceasefire negotiations. So a couple weeks ago, I think it was, Secretary of State Blinken visited Israel. And he emerged from an hours-long meeting with Netanyahu, claiming that Netanyahu had agreed to the U.S. proposal and that implementation could begin once Hamas agreed. The proposal includes a 6-week ceasefire, the release of scores of Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees, and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from major population centers in Gaza. But soon after Blinken left Israel, Netanyahu continued to make public remarks that contradicted the proposal and crossed red lines set by Hamas and mediating partner Egypt. In particular, Netanyahu said he would not surrender an Israeli presence along the Philadelphia corridor, a narrow buffer zone that Israel and Egypt established to prevent the smuggling of weapons into Gaza from the Sinai Peninsula. Hamas and Cairo say Israel must withdraw from the area. So this would be Israeli troops on the on the Gaza-Egypt border here, right in here. The Gaza-Egypt border. Okay? And let's see here. And then look at this. Diplomats said Egypt was likely to hold firm against an indefinite Israeli presence along the Gaza-Egypt border. Egypt will never agree to any Israeli military presence along the Philadelphia corridor, said a former Egyptian official familiar with the talks. When Sisi, the head of Egypt, decides on something, it never changes, the official said of Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Also, another thing the article mentions is within the Israeli government, a long brewing split between Netanyahu and military and security leaders over the viability of a ceasefire has become more public and acrimonious. Commanders have said for weeks that their attacks on Hamas have largely destroyed the group's capacity as an organized force, and that while Hamas fighters will continue to pop up as insurgent threats, there is no strictly military reason to delay an agreement. Members of Israel's negotiating team have said privately that Prime Minister Netanyahu has hamstrung their ability to make meaningful offers over the last several rounds of talks, according to reports in Israeli media. Netanyahu complains that the negotiators, including his own spy chief, are far too willing to make concessions, telling political allies recently that they display weakness, according to Israel's Channel 12. But Netanyahu is also under pressure from his key right-wing allies, some of whom have threatened to bring his government down if he suspends the Gaza war too early. That's really important. We talked about that before. Netanyahu is only prime minister because he has the support of a majority of representatives in the Israeli parliament. Some of those representatives belong to very right-wing parties. So if Netanyahu makes a ceasefire deal that these right-wing parties do not support, he could no longer be prime minister anymore because he won't have the support of enough people in parliament. So that's why it says here, Netanyahu is under pressure from his key right-wing allies, some of whom have threatened to bring his government down if he suspends the Gaza war too early. And there's one school of thought that Netanyahu is just not going to agree to a ceasefire anytime soon because it would hurt him politically. He would lose the ability to stay on as prime minister. Anyways, so the article is like around a week old, but I wanted to just go over some of these details of these ceasefire negotiations. So, and by the way, this is from the Washington Post. I do not think that's a very political article. When I read that article, I'm not sitting here saying, oh my gosh, I cannot believe how left-wing biased that article is. Now, you might say, well, I don't know if X or Y is true, or maybe I debate that point fine, like you could with any article. But I think that's a nice article in terms of talking about some of the ceasefire negotiation stuff in a bit more detail. Okay. So, there's going to be complaints in Israel, and we've talked about this, with these 6 hostages, with their bodies being found, with Israel military saying that they were alive until recently, that they were killed shortly before the Israeli military got to them. There will, of course, and I already read you criticism from families of hostages. There will be people in Israel who say, why is he not making the ceasefire deal? He should have made it already. I don't know if he's going to make it. And it's not clear if he will make a deal. Oh, let's do a poll question. Let me ask you guys, will there be a ceasefire deal anytime soon? How's that? Anytime soon. I know it's not exact, but let's say like in the next month or two, right? But I'm going to say, will there be a peace deal anytime soon? And I'll let you guys vote on it, and you can say what you think. There be a ceasefire deal. No, wait until I post the poll. I'm posting it right now. Oops. I'm posting it on YouTube right now. Then I'm going to post it on Twitch. It's posted on YouTube. If I can post it on Twitch, let's see. It's not working. A poll is active? What's happening? Did somebody post a poll? Did somebody post a poll on Twitch already? Because I didn't post it. Wait for me to post it. If somebody posted it, please. I went to post it on Twitch and it was already there. All right. Let me show you what people think about this. No, I think one of the moderators, maybe one of the moderators thought I was going to post it, or thought I wanted them to post it. So it might have been just a misunderstanding. It's the same question I would have asked anyway. It's not a big deal. So let me show you what our viewers are saying about whether there will be a ceasefire anytime soon. So according to our YouTube, wow, normally we do not have these kind of lopsided polls. Okay, over on YouTube, 93% of you say there will not be a ceasefire deal anytime soon. I mean, we ask a lot of different poll questions, and we sometimes get, answers largely on one side or the other. We usually don't get in the 90s. And it's actually also in the 90s on Twitch as well. And believe it or not, it's even more one-sided on Twitch. On Twitch, it's 96% say no. 96%. So 92% say no on YouTube and 96% say no on Twitch. Our viewer Start Troopian says, I doubt until Hamas surrenders. H says, BB is still power hungry, won't let it happen. Tim P says there will not be peace until Trump returns to the White House. Hot Rodacy says, chat understands the evil we are dealing with. Dr. McRib says, nice, we can nearly all agree on something. Mars says there are several ceasefire deals and Hamas has rejected all of them. Steve isn't being accurate. Well, I do think I didn't say that Hamas had never rejected anything. But it is a fair question as to what Hamas would agree to as well, obviously. Both sides have to agree. So that, I would be interested in knowing if I find any articles that talk about the negotiations from the Hamas end. Maybe I will show you those. All right. Well, thank you for voting in this poll, but pretty one-sided. The vast majority of you think no ceasefire deal anytime soon. By the way, that's Janine. That's a live shot of Janine in the West Bank. Not really activity there like there was yesterday. That were at least on this shot. And a few vehicles there, but have not been hearing gunshots on this stream yesterday from morning until night. There were gunshots and some explosions, and we would see vehicles driving in and out, and troops and everything. But this is a live shot. I can see the clock going on it, and I can see branches moving. By the way, quick thanks to Saranya. Saranya thinks the U.S. has to stop holding the Israeli Defense Forces back with threats. Thank you, Saranya, for your support. Also, thank you to R. Gravy. R. Gravy thinks the fact that Hamas killed the hostages is a statement on their stand for a ceasefire, and there will be no ceasefire deal anytime soon. Thank you to Guillaume M. in Europe for your support as well. All right, let me see if I can get you some updates here. Hey, so see, this is what we were just talking about. So I read you that Washington Post article about the ceasefire negotiations. And one of the things it talked about in that article was that Netanyahu wants to keep Israeli troops on the border between, this is Egypt and this is Gaza, and then this is Israel in here. Israel and this is Egypt, and that's Gaza. And Netanyahu wants there to be troops on the border of Gaza and Egypt in here. Okay? So with that in mind, Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel just posted this. He said the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, calls on Israel's security cabinet to convene and walk back on a decision to maintain a military presence along the Philadelphia corridor, the Gaza-Egypt border, as part of any potential ceasefire and hostage release deal. Oh, he posted it on his X account. Because that could be a deal breaker. Let's see what he said. Okay, so this is 13 minutes ago. This is from Yoav Gallant, the defense minister of Israel. Look what he said. The political security cabinet must convene immediately and reverse the decision made on Thursday. I guess that's the decision to insist that Israeli troops be allowed to stay on the Gaza-Egypt border. He says it's too late for the hostages who were murdered in cold blood. The hostages who remain in the captivity of Hamas must be returned home. The state of Israel will reckon with all the leaders and murderers of Hamas down to the last one. So basically he's saying, in light of these 6 hostages who were still alive until recently, now they're dead, he's saying, let's give up this demand we have about these keeping troops on the border between Gaza and Egypt. Oh, look at this. Manny Fabian says, in the Thursday night Security Cabinet meeting, 8 ministers voted in favor of Netanyahu's position, while only the defense minister Gallant voted against it, representing the security apparatus's position. Netanyahu presented the continued deployment of Israeli forces on the Egypt-Gaza border as a new demand in the hostage negotiations last month, which slowed the talks, which had picked up momentum after Hamas agreed to cave on its main demand for Israel to agree upfront to a permanent ceasefire. But, there's this question of like, so when Netanyahu says, hey, we need to have troops on the Egypt-Gaza border, or we're not agreeing to a ceasefire deal, is he doing it because he really thinks like that demand is that important? Or is he just coming up with a demand to come up with a demand because he's not ready to make a deal yet? That I don't know. But we haven't been spending much time talking about the ceasefire negotiations on our broadcast because my opinion has been, look, if they want a deal, they'll make a deal. If they don't, they're not, no matter about all the specifics. But the reason I think it's appropriate to talk about it more on this broadcast is like, I mean, look what's happened. You have, and I'm sure a lot of you, are thinking something similar. And clearly this is a big political issue now in Israel because we're seeing what some prominent Israeli political leaders are saying. But 6 of the hostages were just found recently killed. And maybe if there was a deal 2 weeks ago, they'd still be alive. So I think you can understand that this finding of these 6 bodies just really, not that it was already a big issue anyway, but it really emphasizes what's at stake in whether a ceasefire deal is done or not. Not that that's all that's at stake, but that's a big part of it. And that there being a ceasefire deal now, for sooner versus later, could be a life or death thing for hostages. I'm not telling you what to think about a ceasefire deal. I'm just saying this you can imagine in Israel now that there's a lot of focus on the ceasefire negotiations. He Has Risen says there wasn't a deal 2 weeks ago, though we have to accept this happened. C. Hutch, our viewer, thinks Hamas doesn't want a deal. KML says, does anybody know how many hostages are still alive? According to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, there are 97 hostages still in Gaza, and at least 33 of them are believed dead by the Israeli military, which would mean at a maximum 64 of them would be still alive. But maybe that's not the case. The Wall Street Journal says that the discovery of more dead bodies in Gaza adds to the pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to conclude a ceasefire deal to bring those alive home. But they also say that the talks between Israel and Hamas are at a stalemate. Oh, also, the Wall Street Journal says that their sources say that the number of hostages who are alive could be as low as 50. But that was before. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so anyways, I won't say anything more about that. Oh, I was going to mention something from the... hold on, let's see here. We're hearing, I think, one of the camera people. Oops, I have to do this too with time. Mr. Look again says, imagine being held hostage for 10 months. It's really unimaginable. By the way, one of our viewers said that Hamas released a statement. Let me see if I can find that. Hang on. Did they? Let me see. I am not. I have not seen a Hamas statement yet. I'm looking at their Telegram and I don't see one on there. Let me check a couple other sources. Hang on. Oh, okay, yes. So Al Jazeera is saying they released a statement. But I haven't. Maybe they'll post it maybe they'll post it shortly on their Telegram so I can read you the whole statement. Oh, breaking news. I have breaking news. Look at this, guys. Some breaking news for you. News update. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the 3 victims of the shooting attack in the West Bank city of Tarkumaya are police officers. Commissioner Danny Levy tells reporter at the scene, I believe they are Israeli police officers. I believe they are Israeli police officers. Wow. So apparently, Palestinian terrorists targeted a vehicle with Israeli. Now, I don't know if they knew. I don't know if it was a police car or I don't know if they knew it was Israeli police officers. But reportedly, this was like a drive-by shooting kind of thing. Yes, Danny Levy is the police chief of Israel. Sorry, we're hearing the audio. I'm going to turn down that audio. It's a little distracting. So that's a whole other story that's going on today. Anyways, I was trying to find the Hamas statement that supposedly they recently released. So let me see if I can find that for you. Hang on one second. So according to Al Jazeera, and I have not seen the statement myself, according to Al Jazeera, Hamas said that the one who will pay the price for the brutal crimes and war of extermination against our people is Netanyahu, his extremist government, and all those who support the aggression. And Hamas, according to Al Jazeera, Hamas also said the American administration also bears responsibility for the death of the hostages because of its biased support and partnership in the aggression. Thank you, Russell Bach. Russell says, by the way, that Israel wants to keep forces on the Gaza-Egypt border to stop weapons being smuggled into Gaza through Egypt, which happens. I think we might have mentioned that from that article we were reading, but I think it's good to mention it again. Yeah, in the Washington Post article we were looking at before, well, what it said was that Netanyahu said he would not surrender an Israeli military presence along the Philadelphia corridor, a narrow buffer zone on the Gaza-Egypt border that Israel and Egypt established to prevent the smuggling of weapons into Gaza from Egypt. Hamas and Egypt say that Israel must withdraw from that area. Jose Gonzalez said that Channel 13 said Netanyahu's going to make a statement shortly. I'm also seeing, hold on a second here. So I'm seeing reports that Netanyahu canceled his cabinet meeting. I've seen a couple reports claiming that. Hang on a moment here. I don't know why that is. Anna Ravya-Barsky of Mariv says that. Yeah, Netanyahu still I believe Netanyahu has still not made a statement about the bodies of the hostages being found. Khan News Israel is saying that they're reporting that the Israeli security establishment estimates that the hostages who were found early Sunday in a tunnel in Rafah were murdered on Saturday or Friday during Israeli operations in the area. Three of the six, were going to be part of among the hostages released, among the humanitarian hostage releases, which I think would have been like the first part of a ceasefire deal. Khan says that the hostages were found in a tunnel around 20 meters deep. How were they killed? I do not know. I don't know. A crime junkie said they knew the IDF were close. Well, they were found about a half a mile from where days before Israeli forces had found a hostage alive. All right, so we're waiting for Netanyahu to make a statement, I guess. Maybe? Is he going to speak shortly? Hang on a second here. I'm looking at a video I just saw posted. There's a video that Jimmy Rushton, who I follow, posted of reportedly a Ukrainian drone hitting a refinery in the Moscow area, which is an interesting video. I'll post that in the chat right now. I can't show the video. I don't have the rights to it. It's off topic too, but I just saw it, so I just wanted to post that in the chat for you guys. I still haven't seen a report. Oh, there's also, hold on. Yeah, I still have not seen a report that says Netanyahu is about to speak. So this is interesting. I just saw something here. So I mentioned to you guys that the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, came out with a statement a short while ago. And Yoav Gallant said that Israel needed to no longer insist on having troops remain on the Egypt-Gaza border, because that was getting in the way of a ceasefire deal. So what I just saw being reported by GLZ Radio, which is a military radio outlet in Israel, they said that the finance minister of Israel, who is Bezalel Yoel Smotrich, who is an Israeli far-right politician, the head of the National Religious Party, Religious Zionism. So he is a prominent far-right politician. He's the finance minister. He responded to the defense minister saying, the cabinet will not allow a surrender deal that will compromise Israel's security. He said the Gaza Strip should be reduced. Israel should move 2 kilometers inland from the border and clear everything in their path. This is an area that will never return to the Gazans. So it sounds like he's proposing, what he's not saying, what he's saying is he disagrees with this idea that Israel should not insist on having troops on the Egypt-Gaza border. It sounds like he thinks that he wants Israel to be given control of some kind of strip around the Gaza Strip or something. But my point is that they're arguing among each other as to what their, negotiating position should be. But, if you say, well, why can't Netanyahu just say, all right, well, let's make a deal. Let's give up the troops, having the troops on the Egypt-Gaza border. Well, the head of this far-right party, which I'm guessing is an important part of his coalition in the government, is saying he wouldn't agree to that. I wonder if Smotrich posted on his social media. Maybe I can find it, the actual statement. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got the statement. I got the statement from the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. Let me show you the statement. It's a good suggestion to get the actual statement. Right here. Here it is. So here it is. Bezalel Smotrich, chairman of the Religious Zionist Party and finance minister. So he responded to what the defense minister said and said, Hamas murdered our hostages. Hamas murdered our hostages in cold blood precisely to make us surrender and accept its demands and allow it to survive and restore its capabilities and attack Israel again as part of the Iranian extermination plan. The cabinet will not allow a surrender deal that would abandon Israel's security, but will direct the IDF and the security establishment to exact heavier prices from Hamas, and those who give it shelter and concealment will intensify the war until its destruction and the return of the kidnapped. This does not sound like a statement of somebody who's rushing to a ceasefire deal. This morning, the Gaza Strip must be reduced, he said. Israeli forces should move 2 kilometers inland from the current border and clear everything in their way. This is a territory that will never return to the Gazans. Even in difficult moments that tear the heart, reason and national responsibility must prevail and lead our decision making. My guess is that Hamas and also mediator country Egypt are not going to, I'm not sure about this. My guess is that they're not going to agree to have a 2-kilometer strip of land from Gaza being given up to Israel. That'd be my guess. Yeah, buffer zone, as Head Crab says. There was talk, like late last year, I think, or early this year, that Israel might try to get a buffer zone. But, I mean, again, I can't imagine Hamas agreeing to that, and I can't imagine Egypt agreeing to it either. Any country that would want to be seen as sympathetic to Hamas, I don't think would want to have it look like they're giving up land to Israel. So, our viewer Brock Purdy says this just intensifies the situation. But and his party is called the Religious, what is it here? His party, Religious Zionism, let me show you this. I think it's helpful to, so Bezalel Smotrich is the leader of the Religious Zionism Party, okay? Look, this is from Wikipedia, the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. There's 120 seats. Netanyahu gets to be prime minister because he has the support of a majority of the people in the parliament. You can see it says government 64. 64 of those people support Netanyahu as prime minister. 7 of them are from the Religious Zionism Party. If those 7 people say we no longer support Netanyahu, then, as I understand it, Netanyahu no longer has a majority in the parliament and his government collapses because they're not a majority anymore. So when you have, it's important to see that that statement was from the leader of that party. Because he's saying, like, here's all these demands we have. I can't imagine that this position is going to lead to a ceasefire anytime soon. But if Netanyahu just says, well, forget what Bezalel Smotrich says, I want to make a deal now. Well, Bezalel Smotrich, as I understand, could just say, well, we're not supporting you anymore. And there goes your majority. Now Ross Karpus says that's not entirely correct. So correct me if I'm wrong. But I can say I have read numerous articles that say Netanyahu risks, if he makes a deal, risks losing support of far-right parties and his government collapses. So I don't know the exact, mechanism by which all of that gets carried out. But that is a right-wing party, and they do have 7 seats in the government. But it shows you some of the differences of opinion. Yeah, see, Guy Elster just posted about this. Guy is a reporter in Israel. He says, Israel Finance Minister Smotrich rejects Gallant demand, calls instead of a deal to annex parts of the Gaza Strip. So we were interpreting that correctly. Some of you were talking about that. That his proposal is to take some of the Gaza Strip and give it to Israel. A strip around the Gaza Strip. So I don't think that's something that Hamas and Egypt are going to agree to. All right, hang on. Do we have any updates about if Netanyahu is going to speak at all? It's Intel sent me some. AZ Intel sent me something from Manny Fabian. Here it is. Thank you. I missed this from Manny. Nearly 3 hours after the IDF announced it recovered the bodies of 6 murdered hostages from Gaza, Prime Minister Netanyahu will give a statement shortly, his office says. Now, this was posted about 40 minutes ago. So he has still not given a statement yet, Netanyahu, that I'm aware of. For what it's worth, it seems we haven't really seen much going on in Janine today. You can hear birds chirping. So we'll keep an eye on that, but Jacob mentioned to me, I have not seen the statement myself. Jacob mentioned, thanks Jacob for writing in. Jerusalem Post says, a Hamas official said this, not an official Hamas statement. So, actually, hang on a second here. Yes. So the Jerusalem Post says that a Hamas official blamed Israel for the death of the hostages, saying Israel was unwilling to make a deal. That's from the Jerusalem Post. The Hamas official also said the U.S. continued to support the war of genocide by Israel due to the country's bias for Israel. I wonder if I can find the actual statement. So I could read you the statement itself. No, I can't find it right now. Oh, zooming in. Jerusalem Post says the Hamas official said that claimed that Hamas was more concerned than Biden about the lives of its prisoners, which is why it agreed to his proposal and to the Security Council resolution while Netanyahu rejected them, the Hamas official claimed. Oh, guys, I have the statement from. Oh no, I thought I had the statement. That was an old statement. Sorry, I was looking for the statement. I'd love to get like a transcription, a translation of the statement from the Israeli military about the hostages. We're still waiting for a statement from Netanyahu, who has not spoken about this yet. Again, Israel recovered the bodies of 6 hostages early today, 6 hostages, and said they were alive until recently, until a short while ago, and they were killed by Hamas before they could be rescued. There is a picture of the 6 hostages right there. The first 5 of the 6 there were kidnapped from a music festival in southern Israel. And they were all taken hostage on October 7th. Have they updated this story at all? Let's see. Hang on a second here. Just seeing if the story has been updated. Oh, I think there's a Hamas comment in this story. Let me just skip through. This is Associated Press. Israel on Sunday said it had recovered the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza, including a young Israeli-American man who became one of the most well-known captives held by Hamas as his parents met with world leaders and pressed for his release. That is right here, Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. And this is Ori Danino, Eden Yerushalmi, Almog Sarusi, Alexander Lobanov, and Carmel Gott. Those are the 6. All dead. The military said all 6 had been killed shortly before the arrival of Israeli forces trying to rescue them. Their recovery sparked calls for mass protests against Prime Minister Netanyahu, who many families of hostages and much of the wider Israeli public blame for failing to bring them back alive in a deal with Hamas to end the 10-month-old war. Negotiations over such a deal have dragged on for months. In a separate development, gunmen killed 3 people, reportedly 3 Israeli police officers, when they opened fire on a vehicle in the occupied West Bank, where Israel has been carrying out large-scale military raids in recent days. The Israeli military spokesperson said today, according to preliminary information, the 6 hostages were cruelly murdered by Hamas terrorists shortly before we reached them. Oh, here's that comment from a Hamas official. Hamas has offered to release the hostages in return for an end to the war, the withdrawal of Israeli forces, and the release of a large number of Palestinian prisoners, including high-profile militants. Izzat al-Rishq, a senior Hamas official, blamed the hostages' deaths on Israel and the United States, saying they would still be alive if Israel had accepted a ceasefire proposal that Hamas said it agreed to back in July. He did not mention the hostages by name. Netanyahu has vowed to continue the war until Hamas is destroyed and says military pressure is needed to bring home the hostages. Israel's Channel 12 reported that Netanyahu got into a shouting match at a security cabinet meeting late Thursday with his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who accused Netanyahu of prioritizing control over a strategic corridor along the Gaza-Egypt border, a major sticking point in the talks, over the lives of the hostages. The cabinet reportedly voted in favor of remaining in the corridor over the objections of the defense minister, who said it would prevent a hostage deal. An Israeli official confirmed the report and said 3 of the hostages had been slated to be released in the first phase of a ceasefire proposal discussed back in July. Our viewer, George Bush, says they'd be alive if Hamas didn't take hostages in the first place. Patrick Barnett says it's not Netanyahu's fault, it's Hamas's fault. Do we have any update on Netanyahu speaking? Do we have any update on that? Let's see. That is Janine in the West Bank. N12 News Israel just reported that a senior government official told them that the Israeli public is beginning to understand that behind the scenes Netanyahu is stalling a deal so that the government does not fall. Again, the idea, some think that Netanyahu does not want to make a ceasefire deal because if he does, he'll lose the support of far-right parties and then he will no longer be able to be prime minister anymore. But I mean, it's been hours since this, the public announcement that the hostages had been found dead, and we still have not heard a statement yet from Netanyahu. So what is Netanyahu going to say? I would certainly like to be able to tell you about his statement. Noah thinks Bibi is waiting to speak to Hirsch's parents and the other parents before making a statement. I don't know if he has spoken to them yet. Oh, guys, I have a video I want to show you. Oh, is this like a? Looks like it's like a recorded video. It's like some footage. A footage of Israeli forces on the scene of the deadly shooting attack in the West Bank. So I'm going to show you that in a second from AFP. It's some footage of Israeli forces on the scene there. See if I can get this to work. Oops, hold on a moment. Hang on a moment. Will this work? Will this work? There it is. Okay. So this is footage from AFP of the scene of the shooting attack where 3 Israeli police officers were killed near Tarkumya. Okay? This is not live footage. This is some footage they have uploaded, AFP. Again, this is in Tarkumya in the West Bank at the scene of a shooting. Hold on a second. Do I have to refresh? I might have to refresh the footage. See if this works. See if this works. Give it a moment. Yes. So that's Israeli forces in the West Bank at the scene of that attack earlier today. There's volume on this. I think there's no volume on it. Oh no, there might be. Sorry, the volume's a little messed up. Again, that's not live footage. It's just recorded footage from earlier. Why did it stop? Why does it keep stopping? Saw that part before. I don't know. Again, I don't know if the people who shot the police officers knew they were police officers or not. I do not know. This was a shooting attack in the West Bank where 3 police officers were killed just hours ago. This video you're watching right now is some recorded footage. The other one was live. See, it says Tarkumia right there. That's the name of the town. Tarkumia. This road leads to Palestinian village. The entrance for Israeli citizens is dangerous. Look at that. Wow, look at that sign. See that? The road leads to Palestinian village. Entering for Israeli citizens is dangerous. It's in Hebrew, Arabic, and English. All right, I think we saw the whole loop there. So I'll go back to the other video. And that is Janine there. Oops, hold on. Reuters says that there has been no immediate comment from Prime Minister Netanyahu yet, who is under pressure at home and abroad to reach a ceasefire deal that includes the release of remaining hostages. I see a person walking around down there. Bar Peleg, who is a reporter with Haaretz, which is a news outlet in Israel, he says an hour ago Netanyahu's office said in a short while Netanyahu would make a statement to the media. That statement has not yet been fulfilled. So Netanyahu has still not spoken. Ron Kubi says, I'll be flabbergasted if Israel calls a ceasefire, if Israel agrees to a ceasefire. DJ Halo says there's going to be protests today, I'm sure of it. Well, according to Associated Press, they said that a forum of hostage families in Israel called for a massive protest today, demanding a complete halt of the country to push for the implementation of a ceasefire and hostage rescue. That hostage families group said a deal for the return of the hostages has been on the table for over 2 months. Were it not for the delays, sabotage, and excuses, those whose deaths we learned about this morning would likely still be alive, it said. Harlem, our viewer, thinks the only reason there hasn't been a ceasefire is because Netanyahu would have to step down. He won't let that happen. The Times of Israel has a headline right now, and it says, hostage families urge Prime Minister Netanyahu to face the public as he remains mum on hostage deaths. Also, they say that Netanyahu has canceled an appearance at the start of the school year in Jerusalem. His office has said he will give a statement shortly. Jane Jones, our viewer, thinks it's not a priority for Netanyahu to rescue the hostages, and I don't think it ever was. So I really like you to get his statement. I mean, I do think like it's an important part of the story, what he says. So I would like to be on for his statement. But we're kind of just waiting for it right now. Appreciate all of our moderators who have been here with us tonight. Cynthia Moon, thank you, Cynthia. And also, hang on a moment here. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, LB Prairiedon and Idaho Star. And on Facebook, we've had Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor. Where are all the people in Janine? I don't know if people are just not out today because, you know, there's been this ongoing Israel military operation for several days there. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit while waiting for Netanyahu to say something. Oh, Netanyahu, Russell Bach says Netanyahu posted a statement. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Thanks, Russell. Hold on. Did he post it? I haven't seen it. Hold on. I'm looking around. I haven't seen a statement from from Netanyahu yet. I haven't seen it, Russell. Russell, where did you see it? Has anyone else seen it? I have not seen it yet. I don't see anyone reporting it. No, I don't see anybody reporting it. Our viewer Chaotic Chicken says they are both to blame. Quit trying to one-side this. Oh, Russell says it was an old statement. Russell got mixed up. That's okay. All right, you know what? I need about 45 seconds. I'm going to disappear for 45 seconds to a minute and then come back. We're still keeping the stream going, by the way. And we're waiting to hear from Netanyahu. But give me a second here. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm coming back. Give me 1 minute. Be right back. Thanks for your patience. One of our viewers, Omnigaba, said, when Israel went in, they took out the hostages. The timing isn't really clear. So it is believed that the hostages were killed shortly before they were found, but we don't know exactly how long before they were found they were killed. And we don't know why that happened exactly and details of that. Again, Israel found the bodies And the Israeli military says that they believe that the hostages were killed shortly before the Israeli military found them. How many hostages are left? According to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, there are 97 hostages left, but at least 33 of them are believed dead. I saw a different article that said, was it a Washington Post article? I saw a different article that said there could be as low as 50. So in the 50, it's estimated in the 50s or 60s, I would say, of the number of hostages remaining. Jacob said the Netanyahu has made a statement. Hang on, Netanyahu has released a statement. So let me get this for you. Let me turn off this volume here from the feed. Netanyahu, I guess, has made a statement. Let me try to get you the whole statement. Yes, Netanyahu has made a statement. Did he post it on his social media, or do I just have to read it from different reports? I'd like to get the original statement myself. All right, I'm going to read you what he said. Okay, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, says Netanyahu has released a pre-recorded statement following the discovery of the bodies of the 6 hostages. Israeli channels are due to release the statement shortly, and some of them have started posting details from the statement. So it's a pre-recorded statement, says Michael Horowitz. Okay, let me read you here what some of the reporting is saying. According to Khan News, they say that Netanyahu says, "We will not let up. We will continue to strive for a deal that will return all our hostages." Netanyahu made a statement, says Khan News. "We will not let up. We will continue to strive for a deal that will return all of our hostages. Those who kill hostages do not want a deal. I tell the Hamas terrorists who murdered our hostages, and I tell their leaders, your blood is on your head." I think that's the whole statement. That's all that Khan News has of the statement. I wonder if, I would assume he's going to speak more fully at some point. But Khan News just posted that. Let me just look at some other Israeli sources here. Haaretz says Netanyahu releases recorded message. Hamas refuses to negotiate. Those who murder hostages don't want a deal. I haven't seen the actual statement myself. I'm seeing reports on what the statement says. I assume it'll be posted on his social media soon. That's what I would think. Hey, thank you, Russell Bach. I appreciate that, Russell Bach. Thank you. Yeah, some of our viewers are saying that they found what appears to be the statement on a Discord, but I'm not going to rely on that. I think we'll have the official statement soon enough. It seems that some news outlets already have it. I am checking. Hey, John Attard, that is really nice of you, John. Thanks so much for the gift memberships. That's very kind of you, John Attard. Thank you. And thanks again, Russell Bach, for your support. Update from Times of Israel. Times of Israel says that a group representing most private sector workers from 200 of Israel's largest companies says it will join the families of Israeli hostages held in Gaza as they call on the public to mobilize. I don't know what that mobilization is going to end up meaning. They mentioned the possibility of a general strike in the Times of Israel. All right, so supposedly Netanyahu has released a statement, but I've just seen some news outlets who are quoting parts of it, and I haven't seen the actual statement. So I'm trying to get you the actual statement. Oh, Michael Horowitz is watching it now. I'm sorry. So I guess it's. I think it actually is being like maybe broadcast right now. Michael Horowitz says that Netanyahu pledges to find those who killed Israeli hostages. He says efforts to broker a deal are ongoing, referring to multiple proposals Israel accepted and blaming Hamas for continuing to refuse to negotiate. He says those who kill hostages do not want a deal. That's via Michael Horowitz, who posted a screenshot of him making a statement. I think it's being broadcast. Thank you, by the way, JD, and thanks for shouting out our mods and our mod Cynthia Moon. Thank you, JD. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Michael A. says, when is Netanyahu's term up? I don't know exactly how, like... So my understanding is that, like, there'll be pressure on him to call for to have elections after the war, regardless of when he's allowed to, how long he's allowed to stay. I don't know what the maximum you can stay as a prime minister. Prime Minister of Israel. What is the maximum you can go between elections? I do not know. Maybe somebody in our chat knows. Is there like a, you have to have elections every so often in Israel? Ras Karpus says there is no limitation on terms. I don't know if that's true. Wikipedia says, under normal circumstances, this is what Wikipedia says. Under normal circumstances, elections in Israel. Israel's basic law requires national elections for the parliament, which is what determines the prime minister, to take place 4 years following the previous elections. However, it is possible, and it often happens, that early elections can take place prior to the date set in the Basic Law. So the maximum appears to be 4 years. Zoop says 4 years or when coalition breaks. But as I understand it, there's an expectation that when the war ends, because that there will be another election. But who knows? Hang on a second here. So that's Janine right there in the West Bank. So I'm seeing copies of the statement floating around. I haven't seen the official post from Netanyahu. Because normally they would post it on his social media, I would think. So, according to Lahav Kharkov, who is an Israeli reporter, Lahav Kharkov posted the statement. And according to Lahav Kharkov, this is what Netanyahu said. He said, "This is a difficult day. The entire nation's hearts are broken. I and all of Israel were shocked to the depths of my soul at the terrible murder in cold blood of 6 of our hostages. I say to the Hamas terrorists, we will not rest. We will hunt you down. We will reach you and you will pay the price. We are fighting on all fronts against a cruel enemy who wants to murder us all. Just this morning they killed 3 police officers in Hebron," referring to the shooting attack he is. "The fact Hamas continues to commit atrocities like on October 7th requires us to do everything to ensure they can't commit those atrocities again. Since December, Hamas refuses to really negotiate," says Netanyahu. Three months ago, Israel agreed to a deal to free the hostages, fully backed by the U.S. Hamas refused even after the U.S. updated the deal on August 16th. We agreed. Hamas refused again. Hamas continues to refuse every offer, says Netanyahu. Even worse, at the same time, they murdered 6 of our hostages. Whoever murders hostages doesn't want a deal. We won't give up. The government of Israel is committed, and I personally commit to continuing to work towards a deal that will bring back all our hostages and ensure our security and our existence. According to Lahav Kharkov, Israeli reporter, that is what Netanyahu said. I don't know if that's the whole statement or not. Yes, Jake Henry, that reportedly was Hamas's statement in response to the Israel finding the bodies of the 6 hostages. And then, according to Khan News, the headquarters of the hostage families made a response to Netanyahu's statement. And the hostage families say, enough to blame everyone, take responsibility for your mistakes. It is not enough to tell Hamas they are bleeding. It is more important to save the blood of our brothers. If you have given up 101 hostages, act like a true and brave leader and announce you have given them up. It sounds like it's like a tough translation. I'm reading a translation, so anyway, I'll try to get a better translation of that. Ross Karpa says the families tell Bibi to start owning up to his responsibilities instead of blaming others all the time. Jane Summers says it's Hamas's fault. They are the ones who kidnapped them. It's sad for the families. Thank you, KLM, for your support, too. I really appreciate that. KLM, thank you. I was just seeing if I could get you some more updates here. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Here, look, guys. I have an update about Netanyahu right here. This is a short update. Israel's prime minister says anyone who murders hostages doesn't want a ceasefire deal. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has expressed sorrow over the deaths of 6 hostages, saying the killings prove that Hamas does not want a ceasefire deal. He said he was heartbroken to hear of the news of the deaths. He accused of Hamas of killing them in cold blood and said Israel would hold the group accountable. He also accused the group of scuttling ongoing ceasefire efforts. Whoever murders hostages don't want a deal, he said. Critics in Israel have accused Netanyahu of dragging his feet in ceasefire talks, a charge that he denies. So I was trying to show you some of that. Aunt Jam says, can we find a great peace negotiator to get the Hamas and Israeli leaders to come to a peace agreement? By the way, it's a little off topic, but we have been, we covered yesterday. The reason you're seeing this footage right now from Janine, West Bank, is that Israel has for about 4 days, I think this would be the 5th day. I don't know if it's still going on today, but for about 4 days before today, 4 or 5 days, Israel has been conducting this major operation in the West Bank against Palestinian militants there. And we actually did a stream yesterday where we were watching this footage and keeping up with the reports, but there was all this gunfire on the footage and explosions and lots of Israeli military vehicles and troops. This footage has been quiet today. But there's an interesting article I just found from the Washington Post, which if you missed it, I'm doing a little trial with them, kind of a trial thing where we're trying out paying to access for some of their articles, like I do with AP and Reuters. But the Washington Post had an article, what to know about Palestinian militant groups in the West Bank, because I know some of you guys had questions about that. So while we're looking at this footage, I'm going to maybe read a little bit of that article, because I think it's interesting, if that's all right with you. I don't have to read the whole thing. By the way, we had some technical issues earlier in the broadcast, which for knock on my desk hasn't happened since. The chat, I think, got a little behind. The chat's a little delayed from when I'm seeing it. If I can refresh it. I think it got messed up when I... Yeah, I think it's a few minutes behind the chat right now. The window I have open. Maybe I can open another window and see if that works better. Try that. Yeah, I think it's a few minutes behind the chat right now. The window I have open. Maybe I can open. Someone said, please cover the protests. There's maybe going to be protests in Israel. I don't have any video of such protests right now. There could be protests later today in Israel. It's 11:19 a.m. There often are in Israel protests. There have been some sizable protests calling for a ceasefire before. Anyways, let me just peek at this article here and see talks about Palestinian militant groups in the West Bank. It says the Israeli military operation that has been going on for several days now appeared to be one of the largest that Israeli forces have undertaken in recent years to root out Palestinian militants in the West Bank. Israel says the raids into the West Bank are necessary to stave off terrorist attacks on Israelis. Palestinians say the death and destruction caused by these military raids fuel further violence. And by the way, there was just an attack hours ago where 3 Israeli police officers were shot and killed in the West Bank. In case, for those who aren't aware, the West Bank is here. Just to show you the map for a second, the Google map. Oops, sorry. So there's Israel here. There's Israel. The Gaza Strip is here. That's Gaza. And the West Bank is over here. That's the West Bank. The terror attack was here. Ooh. I'm hearing gunfire. I just heard gunfire right now. Just heard gunfire on this stream. Did you guys hear that? Just heard a little gunfire. This is in the northern West Bank. This is Janine. Hey, the soldier's coming out looking around. Do you think that soldier came out because he heard the gunfire? See the soldier? Look at the soldier. Look, another soldier came out. 2 soldiers just came out with their guns. Look, they're pointing. They're pointing. Wow. There was like a boom and then some gunfire, and then these soldiers came out of their like makeshift headquarters or whatever. Wow. Well, we'll see. This has been a pretty quiet footage so far. I haven't heard any gunfire so far. But this is in the northern West Bank, Janine. A.B. Gardner says this will never end. So, by the way, the Washington Post says Since Prime Minister Netanyahu returned to power at the head of a far-right government in late 2022, raids in the occupied West Bank have become more frequent and more deadly, driving more young Palestinian men up to take up arms, according to residents and analysts. A constellation of Palestinian militant groups now operate across the West Bank. They exert de facto control over the refugee camps of Janine, Nablus, and Tulkarm in the north, where worsening economic conditions since October 7th have left many people out of work. This is Janine you're looking at right now. These days, says the Washington Post, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, both Islamist groups backed by Iran, are the main players in the West Bank. Hamas is weaker in the West Bank than it is in Gaza, which it has ruled in since 2007, and focuses on attacking Israeli settlers, analysts say. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, is the more popular faction in the West Bank, fighters and residents say. It leads the Janine Battalion, an umbrella group that serves... Hold on. You hearing something else? I thought I might have heard something else on the footage. Heard some gunfire a few minutes ago and then saw some soldiers come out. More gunfire! More gunfire! By the way, the Washington Post says that the militants in the West Bank are loosely organized and poorly trained, lacking the disciplined structure and rocket arsenals of Hamas in Gaza or Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they are nimble and they know the terrain, hiding out in sympathizers' houses and the Warren-like alleys of West Bank refugee camps. And they have strong support within their communities. Militants and lone wolf actors have attacked soldiers, police, and civilians across the West Bank this year. But militants spend most of their time on defensive measures, analysts and fighters say, focused on killing or obstructing Israeli soldiers during raids. One expert that the Washington Post talked to, a senior Palestine analyst at the International Crisis Group, says a lot of the fighting techniques of the militants in Janine are really primitive, but at the same time quite savvy in terms of how they organize ambushes. The Washington Post article about the militant groups also says, how has Israel fought the groups? Major military incursions by Israel have turned parts of the West Bank into war zones. During raids, military jeeps block exits of whatever area they're in, while IDF bulldozers dig up roads, hunting for improvised explosive devices, and destroying pipes and electrical infrastructure in the process. Drones, fighter jets, and helicopters circle overhead and take aim at targets below. Civilians are frequently trapped in the middle. According to the UN, Israeli forces have killed more than 600 Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7th. That includes combatants and civilians. Israeli authorities say that their incursions are carried out on the basis of concrete intelligence information in locations where militants are plotting imminent attacks. A person with the Israeli military, more gunfire, we're hearing it now. Sporadic, the gunfire is there at this point. So it's interesting, you know, I had this footage on, hadn't really heard much, and then 10, 15 minutes ago we started hearing a little bit of gunfire. By the way, I just saw Factual News posted that Russian state media says Russian emergency services report no survivors after helicopter carrying up to 22 people crashed near a volcano in Russia. That was either yesterday or the day before when it crashed. I think it was yesterday. It disappeared, but it has crashed. Condolences to the families of the people in the helicopter. Also, Guy Elster, who's a reporter in Israel, says Netanyahu has canceled the weekly government meeting this morning, and the security cabinet will meet later. Yeah, Twitter Pated says, I think it was a tourist helicopter, that Russian helicopter.
حبيبي سلامات على الزبالة. بدنا واحدة لبن واحدة شيء.
Yeah, I'm not positive about that Russian helicopter. It sounded like it was a civilian helicopter. The area it was flying out of is a popular tourist area, says the BBC. Oh, it was carrying out a trip to the volcano, says BBC. Anyways. I just wanted to mention there was one more thing in that Washington. I was reading you guys some of a Washington Post article about militant groups in the West Bank. Oh, thank you, Maisie H, for the gift membership. I appreciate that. So while we keep an eye on this, there was one more part of the article I wanted to mention. It said, talks about a little background about the West Bank. Well, hold on, there's gunfire right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over it. We just heard a couple shots right there. I don't want to talk over it. Wow, there you just heard it. Gunfire now. Wow. I don't know exactly where that is and what's this, why we're hearing this sporadic gunfire. We're not seeing like huge groups of Israeli troops. I mean, maybe there's some somewhere in Janine that we're just not seeing. But it's that was a bunch in a short amount of time. Hey, thanks so much, Debbie James, for the gift membership. It's very nice of you, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie James. Whoa! That was a big something or other. Is that like a... Wow. I don't know if that was like a concussion grenade or something. All right. You're looking at Janine, West Bank. See, there's smoke coming from back there. Is that, do we see smoke? Are we seeing smoke or not on the right? I can't tell. Maybe we're not. Is there a little smoke on the right there? I can't tell. Or if that's just how it looks. Maybe it's just a gray building. I think it's a gray building. Sorry. We saw smoke yesterday. We saw smoke yesterday back there. I think it's maybe just a gray building. Somebody thinks there might have been an airstrike. Some of our viewers think there could have been. We're not seeing evidence of it here, but there could have been. I don't know what's going on. I have not read reporting that there are big clashes going on today in Janine. There were a lot yesterday. We covered it. I don't even know if the Israeli operation of the last several days has ended. Wow. Something is going on there. Wow. 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 Heavy gunfire. Whoa, some kind of big thing is going on, guys. Clearly, somewhere there. Oops, I know there's a typo in that headline, by the way, sorry. I do not know what is going on there. I mean, maybe they, Israeli forces found some place where they believe terrorists were and went inside or something. I don't know, but we've been hearing some intense gunfire. Some people are saying they're seeing some smoke. I don't know. Isn't it just clouds back there? There's more gunfire now. Psalm says, I used to live there. That's exactly how it happens. Wow. Rapid fire. Try to turn the volume up some more. You know, yesterday there was a lot of gunfire, but we didn't really hear that rapid gunfire yesterday. Sorry, that was not supposed to sound like that. Sorry to blow your ears out. That was not my intention. Wow. Whoa. I may update the title of the broadcast at this point. Kind of shifted over to covering that. I might do that. Wow. So we're focusing on this for the moment. This is we've been hearing a bunch of gunfire and some explosions in the West Bank in Janine. Listen to this. We appear to be seeing fighting, again, clashes between Israeli forces. I assume it's between Israeli forces and Palestinian militants. One of our viewers thinks we're hearing echoes on some of the shots, which we could be. Whoa, big boom. Wow, another big boom. I'll see if I can get you any updates. Assuming this is clashes between Israeli forces and Palestinian militants, but can't confirm that. I haven't seen any reports on Janine in the last few minutes. I'll keep looking. Al Jazeera just reported that the Janine Brigade, which is a militant group in Janine, said our fighters continue to target Israeli forces and shower them with bullets and explosive devices. I don't know exactly where all this gunfire is coming from. Somewhere nearby. Wow. Peter Merritt thinks it's on, like, behind the camera maybe or something. Strickler thinks it's in front of the camera. Well, I don't know where it is exactly. We haven't seen, you know, a bunch of vehicles driving around, Israeli army vehicles, so. there was something obvious visually, the camera would focus in on. Some of the viewers have talked about like how many people are around there. Hold on. Wow. Wow.
طاحن كيف عمر
Wow. Wow. Heavy fighting, it's sounding like, guys.
تلحس بعضك أحسن لك.
بصور اسمع طيب
I don't even want to talk because there's all this stuff going on. around about 5 days ago, Israel began a major operation in the West Bank. It appears to be continuing. Wow. A lot of gunfire.
ايش؟
هشام
اه
ابو علي بيقول لي إن في ناس بيمزحوا كثير.
اه
كل 200 تعالوا مشارع الشهداء وبتنزلوا على بدر.
وين مشارع الشهداء؟
هذا كان لي في طريق نابلس.
اه من ورا قصدي.
بتعرف انت الطريق؟
ندخل على واد بركينا وانا ندخل نسر دوار شو اسمها؟ دوار الشهداء ايوه ويمين ونضل يلا
يلا نبقى هيفوتنا.
Major fighting, it sounds like. Wow. Thanks to 4955 for your support, and Lars Walter. Thank you, Megatron, for the gift membership as well. Thanks, Megatron. I want to say this gunfire's been going on for like 45 minutes or an hour. Listen. Israel, I believe, on Tuesday started this major operation in the West Bank. In a number of, wow. Israel says it's trying to prevent attacks on Israelis by Palestinian militants, and it's going after Palestinian militants. Where did you guys see smoke? I did not see any smoke.
Man. Hey there. Hey there. You there?
Will somebody said? I have not seen it. It does appear we have been hearing new fighting between Israeli military forces and Palestinian militants in the northern West Bank town of Janine. A lot of gunfire, some booms. Oh, more. Look at the vehicles on the move. Vehicles on the move, guys. Look, 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 look. A vehicle, Israeli military vehicle on the move now. At the bottom of your screen. Where it's going, I don't know. It's taking a left. Maybe it's going towards where this stuff is going on. I don't know, but it went down that way. Guys, hold on. What's happening now? What's happening now? Zooming, panning. My guess is if he saw something, he would have zoomed on it long ago. I don't know if they came across a building where they found militants or something, but this all started an hour, maybe more than an hour ago. It's getting intense. I say in the headline, likely Israel-Palestinian clashes, because in theory it might not be. I haven't had it confirmed, but I'm guessing that's what it is. So Quds News Network, which is a Palestinian news outlet, which I think is affiliated with, are they affiliated with Hamas, Quds News Network? Let me check. But Wikipedia says Quds News Network is a Palestinian youth news agency with volunteer correspondents across Palestine. It has been described as being affiliated with Hamas. Anyways, Quds News Network just posted and said, Israeli forces families to leave the Janine camp, coinciding with its storming of homes, bombing, and vandalizing the contents and abusing the residents. So that's a bit one-sided, I would say, but they are saying that there's that Israeli forces are conducting operations in Janine refugee camp, which is an urban refugee camp where it's known to have some militant activity going on there. So maybe that's where we're hearing. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly like what street this is on or anything. Palestinian Dialogue Network, which is another Palestinian outlet, says that Doctors Without Borders said kidney dialysis operations were halted at a hospital in Janine due to the jeopardy of electricity and water supplies. Something that can happen is in these military operations in West Bank, sometimes what Israel does is they will have bulldozers go in the street and dig up the street because there could be explosives in the street. But that can actually also tear up water lines and other infrastructure. I believe you actually might see it here. I'm not sure, but it's possible that you do at the bottom here see like a paved road and then it becomes like a dirt road. There may have been bulldozers there before, I'm not sure. But there does appear to be significant fighting going on in Janine. Things have gotten a little quieter the last couple of minutes. We'll see if that stays. Oh, hold on a second here. Yes, Palestine Post, which is a large, it's a prominent Palestinian news outlet. They say violent clashes are taking place now in Janine camp. Al Jazeera says, now I don't know if this is true, Al Jazeera says the Janine Brigade, which is a militant group in Janine, says they claim that our fighters ambushed an infantry force in the axis of the camp square and there were confirmed casualties. I don't know, but we are hearing reports of fighting between there are reports in Palestinian media of fighting between Israeli and Palestinian militants. Change the headline. But given these reports in Palestinian media, I am comfortable with saying that we are hearing this fighting between Israel and Palestinian forces. Yes, Al-Mayadeen says violent clashes and sounds of strong explosions in Janine refugee camp. That's from the news outlet Al-Mayadeen, Arabic language news outlet. So we're hearing reports that there's fighting in the refugee camp. I'll try to get you some more information about that. Wikipedia says Janine refugee camp is a stronghold of Palestinian militants and has become known as the martyrs' capital by Palestinians and the hornet's nest by Israelis. The camp has a very high population density. So when you hear refugee camp, you might be thinking like a bunch of tents, but what happened is, like in some parts of Palestine, like in Gaza too, these refugee camps started out as, say, small groups of people, maybe in tents or whatever, or small little buildings, but they have become urban areas. So it's a refugee camp technically, but it's really like a city. Wikipedia says the Janine camp has become a center of Palestinian militancy. Armed militants enjoy high levels of support amongst the residents of the camp. Around, Wikipedia says between like 10 and 20,000 people live in the refugee camp. By the way, I don't believe this is the camp, but but I think the camp might be near here because we're hearing these reports of fighting at the refugee camp. Janine camp. Janine camp sits on 0.42 square miles. Really quick, I'm going to show you a United Nations picture from Janine camp, and you'll see it's not like a bunch of tents. Look at this. See that? It says Janine camp. See the picture there? It's like a city area, even though it's called Janine camp. So the fighting may be going on there. The Guardian had an article in in January about Palestinian refugee camps, and they said that at first clusters of tents and sometimes whole camps formed around traditional leaders and village elders, but as the camps expanded, they became ghettos and shanty towns. So at the moment, we're not really hearing. Oh, I'm going to get some video of some damage in Janine. I'm about to get some video in from AFP. But when you hear Palestinian refugee camp, don't just think like, oh, a bunch of tents. Roadman thinks it's a temporary pause. I do not know. I think we had maybe an hour or over of heavy gunfight. Oh, guys, check this out. Look, I got some video from Janine. Hang on, let me show you. They're showing some recorded video of a bulldozer. Let's see if I can get this posted. There, look at the. Watch this. This is Janine. This is recorded video from Janine. Sorry, the sound is a little messed up. You know what? Give me a moment. I'm going to fix the sound. I'm going to pause the video and fix the sound so the sound is better. Give me 20 seconds, I'll fix the sound. But that's what they do. They dig up the street with bulldozers. It's because there could be explosives in the street. Hang on. It's coming back in a second. Coming back in a second. Here we go. Right there. There it is. That's in Janine. That's video from Janine. From AFP. So they dig up the street. See, that's what they do. That's what the bulldozers do. Look at that. That store got damaged. It looked like. Yes, a roadman says making a pathway for their vehicles. That might, I mean, that very well might be. I don't know if they just get the explosives out to get the explosives out, or get the explosives out so they could, drive up and down themselves. But this is video from AFP. Look at that. Wow. Thank you, Bunny Bowski, for your support. Bunny Bowski, thank you. Thank you also, Chow Young Cat, for your support. Chow Young Cat, thank you. This is some recorded video from Janine, from AFP. I think the video is on a loop. Have we seen it before? Yes. All right. So the video is looping now, so I'm gonna get rid of this video for the moment. But that was Janine, and this is a live shot of Janine. Thank you, Marcus, our member. Marcus Tullius Cicero, our member. Thank you, and Zeppelin, our member. The bulldozers tear up the roads because they want to get rid of any explosives, any IEDs, for example, that might have been left in the roads. Because maybe some of the Palestinian militants want to set up explosives to explode when Israel does its raids. So the bulldozers will go through, and if they hit, if they find a mine or an explosive, it'll just explode. And they get it out of there. If you missed it, we did a whole stream on the bodies of the 6 hostages who were found by the Israeli military. They found them in a tunnel in Rafah, Gaza. The military said that the hostages had recently been killed by Hamas, just recently, maybe the last couple of days even. But we did a whole stream on that for several hours, and then all this fighting started happening in Janine. So we switched over to cover that. So we're seeing if we hear any more of that or see anything more from this camera. Oregon guy says, whose bulldozers were those? Those were Israeli forces bulldozers. Quieter now. Oh, I wanted to update you about this. So, you know, in the aftermath of those 6 hostage bodies being found recently killed by Hamas, some in Israel are upset, are very upset that the Israeli government led by Netanyahu has not reached a ceasefire deal yet. It's possible if a ceasefire deal had been reached already, it's possible that these hostages would have survived and not been killed. And maybe some of them would be home now. I don't know. Anyways, so there's talk of protests or maybe even a strike. So I want to just quickly show you this. Israel's opposition leader, Yair Lapid, calls for labor strike after hostages' bodies recovered. That's from Reuters. They say that the Israeli opposition leader, Yair Lapid, called today for a strike. Did we just hear a gun? I don't know. Called today for a strike to shut down Israel's economy in order to pressure the government to reach a deal to release the remaining hostages in the Gaza Strip. Lapid, who is a former prime minister, called on every Israeli whose heart was broken this morning to join a major protest in Tel Aviv later today. He also called on Israel's main labor union, businesses and municipalities, to go on strike. What will the protest be like today? I don't know. There's also this story about polio. Polio in the Gaza Strip. I want to mention that too. Hey, thanks to Sumi Su, our member. What is known about polio's return to the Gaza Strip from Reuters? I want to mention that. Our viewer Cryptomaria thinks that Hamas is not going to release the remaining hostages. It's too late. Matt Winnett, our viewer, says it makes you wonder, it does make you wonder if Israel had different leadership, if this could have been avoided. DG says, I don't think they will ever come to a ceasefire agreement. Melt29 says it's way past making a deal now. So Reuters, on that polio story, Reuters says, hold on, it's a little loud. Reuters says health authorities in the Gaza Strip confirmed the first case of polio in Gaza in 25 years. On Sunday, the United Nations, in collaborations with Palestinian health authorities, began vaccinating some 640,000 children. It's like a third of the Gaza population. Israel and Hamas agreed to brief pauses in their 11-month war in Gaza to allow the campaign to go ahead. Wow. How about that? Hang on one sec, guys. One sec. right, again, so Reuters says that the first case of polio in Gaza in 25 years has been discovered. Today, the UN, in collaboration with Palestinian health authorities, began vaccinating some 640,000 children. That's like a third, roughly, about 30% of the population of Gaza. Maybe it's every child in Gaza, for all I know. Israel and Hamas agreed to brief pauses in their 11th-month war in Gaza to allow the campaign to go ahead. The strain that affected the Palestinian baby was detected in July in 6 sewage samples taken in Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah in Gaza. It is not clear how the strain arrived in Gaza, but it resembles a variant found in Egypt that could have been introduced from September 2023. The UN health body says a drop in routine vaccinations in Gaza, in the occupied Palestinian territories, including Gaza, has contributed to polio's reemergence. Polio vaccination coverage, primarily conducted through routine immunization, was estimated at 99% in 2022, but fell to 89% in 2023. I believe that's in the occupied Palestinian territories. Health workers say the closure of many hospitals in Gaza, often because of Israeli strikes or restrictions on fuel, has contributed to lower vaccination rates. Israel blames Hamas, saying they use hospitals for military purposes. Aid workers say poor sanitation conditions in Gaza, where open sewers and trash piles are commonplace, and the conflict war have created favorable conditions for its spread. The World Health Organization has warned of the further spread of polio within Gaza and across borders, given the poor health and hygiene conditions there. Poliomyelitis, which is spread mainly through the fecal-oral route, is a highly infectious virus that can invade the nervous system and cause paralysis and death in young children, with those under 2 years old most at risk. In nearly all cases, it has no symptoms, making it hard to detect. By the way, what you're looking at right now is not Gaza. This is the West Bank, which is another Palestinian territory on the opposite side of Israel from Gaza. That article about polio in Gaza also says that, from Reuters, says the Gaza case of polio, which was recently detected, is seen as a setback for the global polio fight, which has driven down cases by more than 99% since 1988, thanks to mass vaccination campaigns. This live view is coming from Reuters. I pay Reuters for live footage, and this live view is a Reuters live shot. I'm going to just take 1 minute here, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'll leave the live shot up. For about an hour, there was really intense gunfire, but we haven't heard it in a little while. Might have been over an hour that there was. Give me... I'm going to put this on the screen so you can see it. Maybe I'll change the color of it so you can actually read it. That works. Give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. I want to remind you that this is Agenda-Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And if you like that kind of coverage, subscribe and follow, and also turn on our notifications. We have a notification system that we've created. I don't know when I'm going to go live. It depends on when breaking news happens. But we've set up a notification system. You can sign up for free, and you sign up once, and you get sent a notification every time we go live, right before we go live, so you don't miss a broadcast. If you want to sign up for the notifications, the moderators will post a link in the chat for you. And also, the link will be in the Facebook and YouTube video description of this video. Then Futso said, oh, we just heard a boom right now. Just heard a big boom right now. Gunfire right now. Wow. All right, here we go. Yeah. Thanks, JD, by the way. Thank you, JD. I appreciate that. Oh no, there's a typo in the headline. I just saw it. Sorry, I didn't realize it before. There's a typo in the headline. Somebody just mentioned it. I didn't even notice it. Yeah, it's been up there for like 20 minutes, like half an hour, Sorry, I didn't notice it. Thanks for letting me know. It's late. I'm pretty tired because of oh look, the vehicle moving. We got a vehicle moving. A vehicle is Israeli vehicle, army vehicle moving. Or maybe it's returning. Maybe it just came back. I don't know. Maybe it's parking. No, it's doing something. I don't know. Shout out to our mods. Rosie Freckle is modding. Thank you, Rosie Freckle. And Chandra, thanks so much. Sabrina. Linda Belk and Larry moderate on X. Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks to our subscribers, Susan Priest Lookner over there. Margaret Riley, who subscribes, and all of our other subscribers, Jane Summers, Eve Richards, Diane Allworth. And thanks to our Twitch moderators, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. And thanks so much to Night Owl, more gunfire. Thanks Night Owl 7 for subscribing on Twitch. Quiet for a while, and now we're hearing more gunfire. Hearing drones as well. Hearing the sound of drones. Camera's moving. Maybe. Where's it going? Thanks, Danny James, for moderating too. Thank you, Danny. Are we back here? I hope we're back. I hope we're back. I hope we're back. Oh, I think we're back. I think we're back. The power just went out. The power in the whole building just went out for like 2 minutes, for like 15 seconds. I had to restart everything. All the power went out. I think in the city they shut down the power for a little bit or something. Crazy. Hang on. Let me get everything set up here. I'm sorry. Crazy. Sorry about that, folks. I'm not kidding you. Literally, like the entire building power went out. Just for like 10 seconds. It probably less, probably for like 4 seconds. But everything just reset. One of those nights. Stream kept going. We are hearing gunfire. Wow. Hey, thanks to our Van Landry, our new member. Thanks so much, Van. And Janet Burnett, that's very generous of you. Hey, thanks so much, Janet, for the support of the channel. I really appreciate that, Janet Burnett. Thank you. Israel has been conducting major operation in the West Bank since, I believe, Tuesday, late Tuesday, if I have that right, Tuesday or Wednesday. Israel says they are trying to prevent further attacks on Israelis, going after people who are going to commit acts of terrorism. AP says the Israeli military operation in the West Bank is the largest and deadliest since the war began. Hey, Multi-Corker from Canada. It's very nice of you, Multi-Corker. Thanks for your support. I really appreciate that. I'm reading this about the Washington Post says that this operation by Israel launched late Tuesday into Wednesday. I'm reading an article, by the way, from the Washington Post here from a few days ago. But they talk about the operation. They say that this launched Tuesday overnight into Wednesday with hundreds of troops backed by combat aircraft, and said the goal was to dismantle terrorist infrastructure used by Palestinian militant groups to stage attacks by Israelis. In the first day of the operation a few days ago. The focus was Tulkarm, Janine, and Al-Farah refugee camp, all in the northern part of the occupied West Bank. Yesterday, the most activity was in Janine. We were covering it, and today there's more activity in Janine. The Washington Post says it is the most significant operation in the West Bank since the October 7th attacks. The Post says militancy in the West Bank was already on the rise as Israel expanded its hold on the territory in the West Bank. But successive Israeli military operations since October 7th have helped push more men to take up arms, Palestinian residents say. In case you missed it, also, 3 Israeli police officers were killed in a shooting attack in the West Bank earlier today in the town of, I have to get this right, is it Tarkumia, I believe it is. There was a vehicle with Israeli police officers that was fired upon. More gunfire right now. Wow. pretty intense. Yes, so Al Arabiya, Arabic language news outlet says, shooting and ongoing clashes in Janine camp. Janine camp is a refugee camp, but it's basically like a town, like an urban area, where like between 10 and 20,000 people live in crowded conditions, and it is known as a hotbed of Palestinian militant activity. It is known for having a lot of Palestinian militant activity. So that could be what we're hearing right now is from Janine camp, which is, if that's where we're hearing it, it's somewhere near here. Yes, Quds News Network, which is a Palestinian news outlet, says strong clashes in Janine camp. Janine camp is like an urban area. I can actually, really quick from Google Maps, I can show you. Oops. Whoa, I'll hold off on doing that right now. Oh, smoke. We're seeing smoke, guys. Look at that. There you go. I don't know if that's the Israeli forces, you know, setting off some smoke, like a smoke bomb for, you know, to conceal their movements or something. I don't know. But we have smoke there now. Similar area to yesterday. Similar area to yesterday. Thanks to DJ Halo. I appreciate that, DJ Halo. And Harold and Eric Johnson, our new members. And Ross Karpus, our new member. Thank you. Yeah, let me just show you guys really quick on Google Maps. That's Janine camp right here. That's Janine camp. It's not a bunch of tents. it's a packed area of buildings, Janine camp. So that there's reports of fighting going on there. That could be where this fighting we're hearing is going on. Actually, but we're seeing smoke. Maybe Janine camp is located towards the front of us. I don't know. I don't know, but we saw smoke up there. Janine camp is not very big. I read it's about half mile squared, I believe. I'm going to look it up on Google Maps. Yeah, it's about a half mile squared. It's very dense. Yeah, it's about a half mile by a half mile, Janine camp. Again, I'm not sure that's what we're hearing, but there's reporting that fighting is going on there. So. I can't do a street view or anything on Google Maps there, so. Al Jazeera says Israeli forces obstruct the work of rescue and infrastructure repair teams and prevent them from entering Janine camp. The Jerusalem Post reports that Israelis blocked intersections nationwide this morning, demanding a hostage deal after 6 hostages' bodies were found. The Israeli military found 6 hostages' bodies overnight in Gaza and said they had been recently killed by Hamas. I got to switch my headphones. Glasser says how many hostages are still being held. According to Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel, there are 97 hostages, but around 33 of them are assumed to be dead by the Israeli military. So maybe roughly 60 or so alive, possibly. I will go for a bit longer here. My schedule is really messed up now because yesterday we came on the air at like 7 something, and I hadn't slept much. I was up before then watching this, and then I didn't get to sleep that much over tonight. So I'm doing my best to power through, but it's 6:28 a.m. here, so I'm kind of on Israel time now. Yeah, this stream started at about 1 in the morning. But I think it's an important story to cover. But yeah, I was talking more earlier in the stream, so we did we did several hours on the whole hostage story, and then this stuff started happening. Oh, the clock isn't. Where did the clock go? Everything's messing up. Where did the clock go? Why is the clock not there? I know why it's not there. I think. What happened? Hang on. That's weird. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know what happened. Maybe something happened when everything got shut down. Is it here? Where did it go? So strange. We might have to live with it because everything got shut down when the power went off. So I don't know what's going on with it. Hold on, let's try this. There it is. I just had to refresh it. Now it's back. Thanks for letting me know. No, the clock in the lower right. Happening now. Something happening with the camera. Maybe zooming out. Yeah, no, this stream started about 1 a.m. The Times of Israel reports that some restaurants in Israel say they're going to close early at 6 p.m. to protest the government's failure to reach a ceasefire deal and encourage the public to take to the streets, according to Ynet. Give me one moment, guys. This is a live video. Just in case you missed it, To summarize what happened with the hostages, which we were covering earlier, Israel recovers 6 hostage bodies in Gaza as polio vaccinations start. Regarding the hostages, it's a Reuters article. They say Israel recovered the bodies of 6 hostages from a tunnel in southern Gaza where they were apparently killed not long before Israeli troops reached them, the military said today. The bodies have been returned to Israel. According to our initial estimation, they were brutally murdered by Hamas terrorists a short time before we reached them, said the Israeli military spokesperson. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, under pressure after nearly 11 months of war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza to reach a deal that includes a ceasefire and the release of remaining hostages, said Israel would not rest until it caught those responsible. Whoever murders hostages does not want a deal, he said. Senior Hamas officials said that Israel, in its refusal to sign a ceasefire agreement, was to blame for the deaths. Netanyahu is responsible for the killing of Israeli prisoners, said a senior Hamas official to Reuters. The Israelis should choose between Netanyahu and the deal. Reuters says there were originally around 250 hostages on October 7th. Right now, Reuters estimates there are 101 Israeli and foreign hostages still in Gaza, but around a third of these are known to have died, with the fate of the others unknown. Today's news that more hostage bodies have been recovered is likely to spur further protests by Israelis demanding a hostage release deal, says Reuters. The Hostage Families Forum, which I believe is an organization representing hostage families, called on Netanyahu to take responsibility and explain what was holding up an agreement. They were all murdered in the last few days after surviving almost 11 months of abuse, torture, and starvation in Hamas captivity. The delay in signing the deal has led to their deaths and those of many other hostages, said this group. According to the Israeli military, the bodies were found about a half mile from where a hostage had been rescued some days earlier. After that hostage was rescued a few days ago, the Israeli troops were told to be cautious because other hostages might be in the area, but there had been no precise information on their location, said the Israeli military spokesperson. Also, regarding the West Bank, Reuters says hundreds of Israeli troops have been carrying out raids across the West Bank since Wednesday in one of their largest actions in the area in months, which Israel says is aimed at rooting out Islamist militants. And we read another article where they said Israel says they are doing it to prevent attacks on Israelis. Less Than says the hostage they found alive was left behind by his guards. Yeah, I believe they found that hostage unguarded, the one a few days ago. He was from the Bedouin community. What was his name? I have it here. Yes, Al-Qaid Farhan Al-Qadi, a member of the Bedouin community in southern Israel. He was rescued a few days ago. quiet for a little while, and now it is a bunch of gunfire. Chandra messaged me this. Amakai Stein, who's with Khan News, reports that one of the police officers, one of the 3 police officers killed in the West Bank terror attack today, shooting attack, is the father of an officer who was killed on October 7th in the battle with State Road Police, between Hamas and State Road Police. I'll post a link to that, or I'll post a link to Amakai's post in the chat in case you want to look at it. I don't want to go away from the video. But again, one of the police officers killed shooting attack that killed 3 officers in the West Bank today is the father of an officer. She was killed on October 7th as she was a police officer who was killed, it looks like, fighting against Hamas on October 7th. Terrible. Look, we got another vehicle there. Guys, look. In the back there. There's that a bulldozer that drove by? I couldn't see. Did you guys see that in the back, in the middle of the back there? I just looked up and saw it. There's some people walking there too. Maybe the camera will zoom in at some point. More gunfire. Sometimes the camera will zoom in when it sees stuff. People said it was a bulldozer. Look, right now, right there. See? There's the bulldozer right there. Wow. I hope the camera zooms in. Cheatham compound says 2 bulldozers and 2 pickup trucks already went. I wasn't looking the whole time. I was looking up some stuff, so I didn't see. It's a backhoe, says Brian. Maybe it's a backhoe. I don't know. Some sort of earth-moving truck. It actually looks like it's moving earth there. It's actually working back there. It's not just driving by. I don't know what it's doing. Maybe they can zoom in. Someone tell the cameraman. I don't know if the cameraman realizes. Maybe the cameraman's taking a break. I hear some discussion. Maybe they're going to zoom in now. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, Russell, I was wondering about that, Russell. Russell's wondering if he was building up dirt to block the road. I don't know if he's making a roadblock. If we zoom in, I think we'll be able to see that. Maybe he is, I'm not sure. Whoa. Heavy fire. Another vehicle right there. Hoping they would zoom in a bit, but they haven't yet. I gotta switch my my headphones. Give me a moment. Video's gonna pause for a second as I switch my headphones. Bear with me. Pause for a second or two. Switch again. Oops. Yeah, I do think we're hearing drones. Hey guys, I'm gonna just take a couple-minute break. I gotta eat something. I'm gonna leave the stream up, but we've been on the air almost 6 hours because we were covering the hostage stuff before. So I'm gonna just disappear off the screen, but I'll leave the stream up and I'll come back in a few minutes. Okay? Appreciate you your patience. Thanks.
تاخذ صورة عامة ما شايفها؟ تاخذ صورة عامة للمخيم وبعدين شو اسمه
خذ مع تاخذها بعد.
احنا جايين نبص ده امبارح يا معلم. احلى شيء كنا نبص ده الشارع اللي كانوا بالاول تعبوا المحلات عين الجيزه ولا عين البوزه والتوليد ده واحد مصفوف صحيح ما يعرفوش اسمه بعيلته
العمارة اللي بنت على اليمين عليها شايفها يمين حط عليهم شايف شوف هذا الكاميرا انت عارف بالزوم هذا مش زوم تعرف شو هذه يا سيدي اسم الله على القناصة بس اللي اخر شباك على الشمال كريم الخزن الخزن شوف
والله في محل مطعم هذا موتي صار جوز يعني تقول صار نابلسي هذا زحل هذا مطعم فل بقول له نابلسي
هيجاني شيء هسه بصر لا جبني
Hey, they zoomed in. Look at this. Wow. Wow. What just happened? They just zoom in? I just missed it. I mean, I was watching, and I haven't watched for like the last minute. Look at that. Wow. I'm rewinding. Wow, so they just zoomed in there. They turned around to the left. I'm rewatching it. So they turned the camera to the... They turned the camera way to the left. And then they saw the smoke there. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that camera turned a ways to the left. I don't know what's going on over there. Wow. Now, I don't know if the gunfire is coming from over there or not. No idea. I'm assuming the smoke could be related to some Israeli military operation there, but I don't know for sure. It's like a number of big apartment buildings in Janine there. Dan thinks they're smoke grenades. There have been multiple reports today of clashes between Israel and forces and Palestinian militants in the Janine refugee camp. This is not the Janine refugee camp. The Janine refugee camp is right next to Janine City, but the Janine refugee camp is very densely settled. So, but for all I know, maybe the gunfire we're hearing is from the Janine refugee camp. I don't know. Whoa. So we might have there might have been, that boom we heard might have been another smoke bomb or something, because we just heard a boom and now see there's more smoke coming up. Or I don't know, it could be gas or what? You know, tear gas? I don't know what it is. Palestinian Dialogue Network, a big Palestinian news feed, says that the Janine Battalion, which is a Janine militant group, says we are engaged in violent and fierce clashes with the opposition forces storming the Janine camp. Again, I don't believe we're looking at the Janine camp right here. I think this is just part of Janine city. So there could be, you know, multiple locations where Israeli forces are in Janine. Hey, thank you so much, AJ. That's really nice of you, AJ. Thank you. Thanks for the gift memberships. Israel has been conducting, it's like a 5-day operation now in the West Bank. They are targeting militants and trying to, Israel says they're trying to prevent terror attacks on Israelis. Wow. Wow. So the Israeli police just released the identities of the 3 Israeli police officers who were shot and killed in a shooting attack in the West Bank in Tarkumaya earlier today, this morning. Really quick, just to show you here, this is translated. It is with great sadness and grief that we announce the death of these 3 police officers in a murderous shooting attack near the Tarkumaya crossing in the West Bank. And those are the 3 right there. Condolences to their families. Thank you so much to our moderators who are here with us now in the morning. Really appreciate our moderators. Rosie Freckles mod. Hold on. A lot of gunfire. Rosie Freckle, RJ, Chandra, thanks for moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Wow. Oh, what's this? Oh, sorry. I thought I saw a bird. I thought I saw somebody running. Now what's going on? I just saw a truck drive by. Whoa. What is going on now? Thank you, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, and I Got That Fire moderating on Twitch. Thanks, KillFade85 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Notorious Rob, for your support on Twitch. Thank you to Pitts for subscribing on Twitch. Turn an AC on or something? It's got noisy. I don't know if they just turned an air conditioner on or something, or a generator. Thanks, Margaret Riley, for moderating on Facebook. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. What's happening now? What's happening now? I don't know why that is so loud. Or how long it'll be on for. Because we've been listening to it for maybe it's the AC, I don't know. But I mean, we've been listening to it for hours and it hasn't been on. So, or maybe it's a generator if they need power or something. I see some people walking on the street. Maybe the camera will zoom in on those people there. See the people walking? It's 91 degrees Fahrenheit in Janine. It's hot there. Oh no, 81. AccuWeather says 81. Weather Channel says 89. Actually, Weather Channel says 89 Fahrenheit. Yahoo says 86. So 80s or 90s? High 80s maybe? I don't know why, like, they wouldn't be using AC and then start using it at 240. But maybe, so I'm not sure what the noise is. Hopefully it doesn't stay on for long. It is 7:44 a.m. where I am, and I have not slept, so I'm doing my best to stay up some more. See, there's some gunfire going on now, but it's a little harder to hear because of that loud thing going on. Again, you can hear gunfire. It's just hard to hear because that, I don't know if it's a loud generator or something. But it just started about a few minutes ago, that loud sound. I see some people walking. It's not zooming in on them though. TV Neverland thinks it's an air conditioner or a fridge. Maybe it's an air conditioner. Maybe it's literally just right next to the camera. I don't know. Give me 1 sec. Coming back in 10 seconds. You guys couldn't hear me. Hold on, I'll repeat it. First of all, I was wondering, could he zoom in on those people there? I don't know what all those people are doing. See all the people there? Also, thank you to our Facebook subscribers, people like Eve Richards and Robert Real II, Susan Priest Buchner, Alicia Rivera, thank you so much, Alicia, Margaret Riley, Jane Summers. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers. More gunfire. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers too, like Wall Street and Shaggy, and I Got That Fire. Blasty McNasty, Hot Rodacy, Lurker Lemon, Lord Powder Psyops, John M, Kenny Kenny K, did I say Kill Fate 85? Thank you. I Got That Fire. All of our subscribers, thank you. Shout out to our YouTube members too. People like Mythical Lois Cox, Nox Corvus, Poggy and the Wea, JD, Michael Gifford, Marissa Pugliese, Toby N, Yastreb, Bobby Storm Spotter, Trent Hogan, thanks for being YouTube members. Tis What It Is, Mythical, T. Thomas, H. Schwartz, J.K. Sinar, Anna, Sandra Neal, DG, Lucas, Layla, and George, Dr. McRib, Poggy, oh I said Poggy already, Marissa Pugliese, JD, RJ, thanks for the gift memberships to our moderator RJ. Thanks RJ, it's very nice of you. You know, we saw a bulldozer down there like a couple hours ago, and it looked like maybe, as our viewer Russell was saying too, it looked like maybe they were blocking off the road. I don't know if they've blocked off that road. Oh, thank you, Kenneth Colton. That's very kind of you, Kenneth. Thank you. I don't know if they've blocked out that road down there. Or a backhoe or whatever it was. I don't know. They dig up they have bulldozers dig up the roads to remove explosives from the roads. Guy Elster, who is with Walla News in Israel, says that 2 of the 6 hostage families whose bodies were found, 2 of the 6 refused to speak with Netanyahu. That's according to Guy Elster. I wish he would zoom in just so we could see what's going on down there. I don't know if they're checking out the barrier that was built. I'm not sure. It is more quiet now. I mean, we did hear some gunfire a little while ago. I might be getting close, guys. We again, it's about 8 a.m. here, and so last night I really did not sleep much because we had a whole stream covering this yesterday, which I started at like 7 in the morning, and then I didn't sleep that much tonight. I don't know. I'm getting my nights mixed up, but now it's 8 a.m. here, so I'm gonna reach the point where like I can't go on any longer, unfortunately. I mean, we weren't even originally covering this on this stream. We were covering the hostages stuff for several hours. Oh, there's like a digger. One of our viewers said it was a backhoe. It's actually working right now. You can see it right there. I wonder if they're blocking off the road. Wikipedia says a backhoe consists of a digging bucket on one end of a 2-part articulated arm. Oh. How long ago were they killed? It's not clear, but I saw one report that said it could have been 2 to 3 days. It was recent, said the Israeli military. Hold on, I'll see if I can find anything here about it. I can't find it. My brain has like stopped working. I apologize for that. But oh, one of our viewers is wondering if they're fixing something like a water main break or something. Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe they're fixing something underground and they're not doing something like, you know, they're not like building a barrier. That's a fair point. We have heard that the bulldozers can damage infrastructure. The bulldozers they use to clear for explosives. More gunfire right now. Oh, hold on. What's happening now? More smoke. More smoke from up there, guys. More smoke from up there. Maybe that's where the gunshots are coming from. Look at that. Wow. Wow, another big boom. We're gonna see more smoke now. But that is a manned camera. Yes, this is the Reuters camera. But I mean, they could they might be buying use of it from somebody they know there or something. Oh, going back. Oh, see, he's going to zoom in now. Great. Look, he's zooming in. Wonderful. Look, what are they doing? Are they fixing something? There is a bunch of people with red outfits and a backhoe. Look at that. Wow. Looks like more of a fix than blocking the road, I think. Thank you, Dash, thanks, Dash, for becoming a new member. Dash 10298. Yeah, I've been up all night, so. Yes, I have been up all night. That is why I'm not saying anything. And I probably look very tired. Sorry about the noise. That air conditioner or generator or whatever, it only went on about 45 minutes, half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Wasn't on the rest of the night. The rest of the day time, their time. What I may do, because obviously this is still going on, you know. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, here's the plan, guys. Here's what the plan's going to be. You ready? So I need to sleep, but I want to have the stream. I want to have the stream still go because you know this stuff is going on. We're hearing sounds of fighting and stuff. So here's how we're going to do this. Because some of the mods have been so nice enough to say they would stick around. We're going to keep the stream up on only YouTube. So we're going to end it on Twitch, we're going to end it on Facebook, and we're going to end it on X, and we will keep the stream up on YouTube. I just if I take a break and leave the footage up, I only like to do it on one platform. And so you can keep watching on YouTube, and I'm going to try to take a little nap. Okay, so because I'm just too tired right now, but I want to have it keep going. And then if there's some sort of issue with it, you know, what might happen at some point is Reuters might reset the feed and have an identical feed, and I'll have to change it. So someone will call me if there's an issue and wake me up, and I'll run in here and I'll do what I need to do. But that way you guys can keep an eye on it and watch it, all right? Because I want you to be able to see it. So what I'm going to do is, if you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or X, you need to go to the YouTube channel. Okay? Because that's, in a moment, I'm going to wrap up the streams on Facebook and Twitch and X, but leave them up, we're leaving the YouTube stream up. Okay? So, again, just because it is an ongoing event. All right? So that way you guys can watch it. And I'll turn the volume back up too. I do really appreciate you guys watching and also in supporting the channel. Thanks to Anna, by the way. I owe a thank you to Anna and Electronic Progression, our new member. Thank you. And a ghost choked. A ghost choked. Thanks for your support on Twitch. That's very nice of you. So, so heads up, Twitch viewers, everybody watching over there on Twitch, feel free, Twitch people, to go to YouTube, because I'm about to end the Twitch stream, the Facebook stream, and the X stream. And I see everybody. Thanks for your nice comments over there on Twitch. I'm kind of getting. I'm going to go to bed soon, so I'm not going to do the big goodbye. But I'm also not ending the stream, so maybe I'll be back in a little bit. I'll put something up on the live that says Steve is taking a break. He'll be back in a bit. That's what I'll have it say. So, thank you everybody on Twitch for watching, and also everybody on Facebook. And feel free to stop over on YouTube and keep watching on YouTube, okay? But I appreciate you guys all watching, like Jamie Rowland, Jennifer Ellers, Tech Slug, Ascertainment, and David Green, everybody else, our moderators too, and our ex-viewers too. All right, I am going to turn off the X stream, the Facebook stream, and the Twitch stream now. So if you want to keep watching, if you're not watching on YouTube, jump over to YouTube now, okay? Because I got to end the stream on the other places. All right, so everybody on YouTube, everybody on Facebook, Twitch, and X, thank you. Feel free to jump over on YouTube. I'm ending the Facebook, X, and Twitch streams now. Oh, can I post a link? Yeah, I'll post a link. Just for people who want to jump over there, because it's not going to be on the other platform. X, you just got to find your way over. All right, I'm ending the Twitch stream, the Facebook stream, and the X stream now. But I'm keeping the YouTube stream up, okay? All right. The Twitch stream is ending now. Facebook stream is ending now. And the X stream is ending now. I just did that. YouTube, you are the last ones left. So I'm going to put up on the screen that I'm going to turn the volume up for you guys. I'm going to turn it up. That air conditioner or generator sound is going to be loud, but in case it goes off and I'm sleeping, I want you guys to be able to hear stuff. So I'm gonna make it fairly loud, and you can turn it down on your end if you want. Oh, thanks, Martin Gingrich. I appreciate that, Martin. Thank you. Also, thanks so much to all of our moderators. Again, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Over on YouTube now, we got Al Star and Rosie Freckle, and I think RJ might be there, and all of our other moderators. Thank you. All right, so what I'm going to do is on the screen, I'm going to put Steve is taking a break. He'll be back in a bit. Oh, thank you, RSK Nor from Norway. Thank you, RSK Nor. And Blasty McNasty, our new member. I really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. It's really nice of you. Thank you. All right. So again, right now I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave the stream going. I'm going to let you watch this. I'm going to turn the volume up so you can hear. So feel free to turn it down on your end. If something happens with the actual feed, give it a minute, because it's possible that, like, for example, Reuters sometimes will end one feed and then put an identical one up for the next day. So if that happens, I'll have to change it myself. So if something goes wrong with the feed, somebody will contact me. And if I can fix it, I'll fix it. Just give it a minute, okay? So again, I appreciate you guys being here. And I'm going to try to nap some. Who knows? Maybe I'll nap a little bit and come back in. But I got to get a little sleep in. I'm going to leave this with you guys, but we're going to leave the stream going, okay? So I appreciate you being here. And behave yourself in the chat, please. And thank you so much to our moderators for sticking around. Thank you, Powerful Prayers Network, for your support. That's really nice of you. And I'll see you guys in a little bit, all right? So thanks for your patience.
اطلع.
باين ليش يعني شوفيهم شايف عند الجامع الأصفر يعني يصير في تحمل الشمس
كل الشغل هسه صار في الساحة.
تحت البطن مش عندنا بعدين على بين الجامع عليه
عارف واحد تحته.
عصام جوري.
لا عصام الشرقية.
نعم يعني نستمع الى صوت تبادل التنظيمات والاشتباكات المسلحه بطبيعه الحال في نطاق المقتل الفردي لمخيم جنين وقبلها السوق وتشغيل مدينه الرافه. هناك
شهد مجلس الثورة ساعد لو تجمع الثورة مجلس شايف الجبات وعلي جبات الجيش
هذول
هم ماخذين الضرب على الشمال بس هذا ضرب على اليمين اخر طابق فوق
قناص
ضعفات من القناص جاي وعلينا هذول مش علينا
وقال لنا ان جيش الاحتلال نظر 7 مبديات رئيسيه متعلقه بتسويق الضغط العالي لمدينه جنين وان المدينه تعاني من انقطاع يتراوح بين 30 الى 40% من مجمل المساحه الجغرافيه التي تبديها الشركه هي المخيم والمدينه، بالاضافه الى انه اكد الى ان هنالك مستمره لعمليه قطع اصلاح هذه الاعطال، لكن عمليات الاصلاح وفق ما افادنا فانها محدوده للغايه نتيجه طبعا الاوضاع الامنيه والظروف الميدانيه التي يفرضها جيش الاحتلال قطع الكثير من العراقيل بها على الجهه المقابله في محاولتها لتوظف هذه المعاناه على الفلسطينيين. هنالك عمليات شحن مجانيه تتم فقط باتصال الهاتف ولاحقا تعتبر فترات السداد، واضافه الى ان بعض الطوائف تذهب لجلب طبعا بطاقات الشبك الى المنازل التي لا يستطيع طبعا المواطنون الخروج منها باتجاه نقاط شمال الكافه، وبالتالي يعني جهود تبذل لمحاوله تخفيف على الاقل وضع هذا الاقتصاد والعدوان على جنين لليوم الخامس على التوالي.
Awesome.
أنا بعرف صورتك حلوة.
بقول لك بخلصوا بنسحبوا.
انفجار فوق كمان. الشمس زي دغري يا بعدين. المشكلة في نت فيسبوك جبال تحت طبعا.
الموجودين هذا معظم كم منهم هذه؟
التليفون.
هذا بيستخدمه
الكهرباء بكل جنيه. ايش؟ عندنا قاطع بكل جنيه. ايش هو؟ الكهرباء. واقع كل جنيه؟ عشان كذا طلع عليه يعني ده شوارع هاي. الحمد لله ضبط. يا ابني وانت عندك لايف؟ وانت عندك لايف؟ تعال تعال مش حدا
حبيب قطع كل الكهرباء. هاي الجيش لو مش نهائي.
يبدو تبديل شفتات.
هاي 3 جرافات موجودة.
بس اسمعي العملية مش مطولة. ما شاء الله أنا مش مطولة واضح.
لفة.
يا رب العالمين. لف ورجع.
فكروا هذا الشارع البيت. بس في غاد على اليمين دغري.
طبعا عند المستشفى بنزل، موضوع بنزل على اليمين بس هذا بتخش على المخيم. سكروا من المحل ما يخش على المخيم دغري.
بالك طيب.
Hey everyone, it's Steve. What's going on? I appreciate you watching the broadcast, and we are going to be wrapping up this stream shortly for 2 reasons. First of all, there's not much going on screen right now, and second of all, we're getting closer to 12 hours. I can't let the broadcast get to 12 hours because if the broadcast gets to 12 hours, then nobody can watch a replay of it. It basically disappears. So certainly we'll keep an eye on the Middle East if there's big developments. I'm sure there'll be other big developments soon. We will come on the air and do another stream. But I really appreciate you guys watching, and really appreciate our moderators. Big shout out to our moderators who have been there over there for the extended stream on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi and Kay Lowry Body, I know have been there, and Rosie Freckle and Al Starr. Any other moderators who were around. Well, I was taking a break here. Beezy, thank you. So, big thanks to our moderators. And again, if there's other big news, we'll cover it. There's supposed to be some hang on a second. Yeah, oh. Did the light just come? Look, guys, the lights are back on. Did that just happen right now? There's light. Anyways, so again, I'm going to wrap up this stream in a minute, but we'll be following the developments from the Middle East, and I'm sure we'll have more streams soon about the whole situation there. Oh, Panda 3000 says the power has been on and off for a while. Well, there you go. Thanks, by the way, for your support. My Life Unscripted, Princess Teapot, Joner Games, Steve, Sudia, Jen Haneke, Talon Rosen, Barry Eklund, Martin Gingrich, Lieutenant Dark Ghost, LS Patrol Live with Mark G, and JD, thank you. All right, guys, so again, I am going to wrap up this stream. Thanks also to all of our YouTube members, people like Cheryl Simpson and Panda 3000, Jared S. Jr. R, Evelyn in Maine, Mythical, Greg's, Gigi's Kitties, Charles Emerson, H. Schwartz, Buffalo Women. These are some of our YouTube members. Eric Johnson, DG, A Girl in a German Shepherd, Riddles, 207 Genfa, Turned Off, Loki, TF2 Pyro 333, DG, Valvoica, thanks for being a member, Aleppo Gambit, and all of our Inked Patriot and all of our other YouTube members, thank you. Ross Carpus. Rati Mom, thank you. And all of our other viewers as well, like R. Lambert. And Jeff Buddington and others. Karen61 and others. Okay, guys, my X account is at Lookner, at LOOKNER. You can follow me there for breaking news updates. I'm probably going to sleep a bit more, but more big news. I'll be covering. I'll be doing more live streams. All right, guys. Maybe a little gunfire there. I'm not sure, but I'm going to wrap up this stream right now. All right, guys. So again, I really appreciate you tuning in. Agenda Free TV, subscribe, follow. Oh, and turn on notifications. Our mods will post a link to the notifications. We have a free notification system. You sign up for free, and then you get a notification sent to you every time we're going on the air. And the mods can post the link to that in the chat. Sounds like maybe a little. Maybe a little gunfire in the distance. But again, we're approaching 12 hours, so I need to end the stream. And it's relatively quiet at the moment on this stream, but I'll keep an eye out. All right, guys. Thank you again. Thank you again for watching this stream. We will have more coverage in the future of the Middle East and other big developments. So, and thanks again so much to our moderators for sticking around, allowing me to keep doing the coverage while I was taking a little break. All right. So that is it for now. Really appreciate you watching. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. More live streams coming soon. Okay, thanks everyone, and let's hope that well, I'm not overly confident, but let's hope the violence can be ended soon. Certainly we can hope for that. We can hope for like a ceasefire deal, but we'll have to see what happens. All right, guys, that is it for now. And thanks for watching, and we'll see you really soon.